Oh, yes. I mean, all the speakers are great.
Call this meeting to order. Start with a pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Invocation by Northridge Baptist. Okay, we will start with roll call.
Barrington. Bathke. Charks. Smith.
Here.
Sabers.
Here.
Goldammer.
Here.
Dosher. McCardle.
Okay, we have a quorum. I'm going to start with Stephanie, who normally runs the meeting, is gone tonight, so she may be texting me things from home. I think she's watching, and Justin will be running the meeting, so bear with us if we have any computer errors. So we're going to start with approval.
Just making sure the recording's on.
Okay. I was like, what happened?
Hey, at least I heard it this time.
All right. Approval of consent agenda items. Items appearing on the consent agenda may be removed by a city council member for discussion at the beginning of formal agenda items. Would anyone like to remove anything?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove G and H and table them until our next meeting. Postpone them.
Yeah, postpone. Okay, anything else? Okay, motion by Mr. McCardle. Second by Mr. Bathke. Any further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss the consent agenda? Okay, roll call.
Charks. Aye. Smith.
Aye.
Sabers.
Aye.
Goldammer.
Aye.
McCardle. Aye. Barrington.
Aye.
Bathke.
Okay, motion carries. Citizens input. If you need to address the mayor and members of city council on an item that is not on the agenda, excluding personnel items, please come forward to the podium and state your name and your concern. Presentations are limited to 3 minutes. Items will be considered, but no action will be taken at this time.
My name is Pat Elward, and I just wanted to make an announcement about something that's coming to ACT Community Theater. Okay. So, Mayor Hansen, City Council members, and especially Susan Charks for informing me about this opportunity to speak with you tonight. As I said, my name is Pat Elward, and I'm a registered dental hygienist here in Mitchell. Several years ago, I founded a nonprofit called Toothology, which aims, among other goals, to improve oral health through education. In line with that goal, Toothology next month is bringing to ACT Community Theater Kelly Jakes, an international speaker, author, breast cancer survivor, and business owner. She's written a book called Martinis in Menopause, Strategies, Science, and Tips that Empower Women to Beat the Hormone Groan. It's a best-selling Amazon book. Her topic for community theater presentation in Mitchell is Millennials, Motherhood, and Menopause. If you choose to order Kelly's books before her presentation, she would be happy to sign it at the event. This upcoming talk isn't just for women. One of her responses that she shared with me, that she comments to men when they ask her if this presentation is just for women. She says, do you have a mother? Do you have a sister? Do you have a wife? Do you have a daughter? Do you have a female coworker? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, then this presentation is also for you. The doors of ACT Community Theater open at 2:30 p.m. on Saturday, April 5th, 2025. The event starts at 3 p.m. She speaks for 1.5 hours. Those attending her presentation will get science-backed strategies to feel better at any stage in life, learn how hormones impact everything from mood to metabolism to oral health. They compare the experiences across generations, and this opens up conversations that rarely happen. You'll walk away from this practical presentation with self-care tools that you can start using immediately. And the other day, just by the way, when I was in the Corn Palace gift shop, I found a bottle of wine that was called Menopause Merlot. So naturally, I thought this was a good product to market along with Kelly's talk. I contacted Eldon Nygaard of Valiant Winery and Distillery in Vermilion, which happens to be the oldest winery in South Dakota. He has agreed to work with Devin and the ACT Community Board to have this wine available for concessions at the event. And all the proceeds from the concessions benefit the ACT Community Theater. The QR code on the flyer that I shared with you will take you to Eventbrite, which is the website that you can purchase tickets from. Some vendors will be accommodated in the lobby, and a few spots are still open. So please join us for an afternoon of learning, laughter, and empowerment. And as Mayor Hansen says, let's sell out the act.
I like
Thank
it. Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Stuart Hansen, and I'm up here tonight to talk about 2 council meetings ago when I came up during citizens' input to give you my opinion on what I thought the Good Old Boys Club was. I never mentioned any names, I never singled out anyone, or even directed my attention to anyone. But apparently it hit a nerve with you, Mr. Smith, because you felt it was necessary to try and make fun of me by making a snide remark after I was done speaking. I guess your true colors came out that night, but everyone got a big laugh out of it. I'm sure most of you were thinking how crazy I must be, but I've always been a big believer in if the shoe fits. What was really comical for me was when you, Mr. Smith, acknowledged Roger Music as Mitchell's Man of the Year. Everyone there gave him a big round of applause, and but when it was time to discuss the Corn Palace, Mr. Music came up here to speak about spending millions of dollars and how irresponsible it would be, considering in the Forward 2040 survey, the Corn Palace finished last when asked, what do you believe are the biggest opportunities for Mitchell over the next 10 years? He also stated there were better ways to spend that money that would benefit the whole community, not just the hotels and the food services industry. His words, not mine. He then looked at 7 of you council members, not Mr. Bathke, and said, you are the Good Old Boys Club. Yet, after he sat down, even though you may not have liked what he said, you, Mr. Smith, never made a snide remark about him. But that's okay. It just proved my point. The way a person is treated in this community depends on who you are. And by the way, Mr. Music, when Mr. Music was up here ripping the council saying you were the Good Old Boys Club, a lot of you had red faces. But Mr. Smith, your face was beet red, and for me, that was hilarious. Thank you.
I didn't mention any names.
No, but you know, everybody knew who it was.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the council?
Mayor, Council, I am Jessica Pickett. I am the assistant to the meet director for the Dakota Riptide Swim Club. And we have a big event coming up this weekend. We have the state 12 and under swim meet that will be in town, held at the rec center. It'll be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we have 363 swimmers, ages 12 and under swimming. So I invite you all to come out and check out some great swimming.
And I'm swimming the opening lap. I am, yes.
Can you swim?
I don't have goggles, so she said she's going to give me some goggles. I am a good swimmer. I took 9 years swimming lessons. Okay. I haven't swam in front of a lot of people, and I haven't swam in 10 years, so that'll be an interesting one. Okay, would anyone else like to address the council? Okay, we will move on to mayor and city council discussion items. If anyone doesn't have anything, we have a guest speaker we would like to bring up for a short presentation. Okay, I would like to welcome Kirk from the South Dakota Department of Tourism.
Yes, thank you,
Give
Mayor.
a little speech. I think, was it Dave that invited him, or maybe it was the chamber? Okay, Johanna, sounds good. Okay,
Thank you for having me here. Both Dave and Joanna were at the Governor's Conference on Tourism about 3 weeks ago, and they had just asked me to come and share some of the findings and the reporting that we had shared at that conference. So I'm going to move through these very quickly. To begin with, we did have some data on Davison County specifically, and when I pulled lodging taxable sales within Davison County, Mitchell made up 99% of this. So when you're looking at this, just consider about 99% of these impacts are from Davison County. So almost 115 million in visitor spending was generated in 2024. A big part of that for us is calling out the classic American road trip, part of which is the Corn Palace on the Great I-90 road trip for families. Here you can see last year it grew by 2.6%. And from a state perspective, this is 2.3% of the total visitor spending in the state. So it's a big part of what's generated in visitor spending and labor. Here's a historical look at visitor spending. This is in millions. So you can see it about 9 years ago, 10 years ago, it was at 106 million, now close to 115 million in visitor spending. And the important piece of that is that visitor spending is generating revenue, tax revenue, for both the state level and the city level. It came to $8.3 million based on that visitation and the activity that came from that. And also within Davison County, 1,500 or close to 1,600 jobs were generated because of that tourism activity. And this is probably one of my favorite figures. What I love about this is 53, almost 54 million in labor income because of jobs, because of the tourism industry, is going back to families and households within Davison County. So tourism is a revenue generating investment. It's a return on investment. And we like to just talk about that, the importance of it to local communities and the state. From the state level perspective, we welcomed 14.9 million visitors last year. We were really excited about that. It was modest growth, but with the household finances and the pinch on budgets, we thought that was a win. $5 billion in visitor spending for the state level. And again, it comes down to these figures. $399 million in state and local tax revenue generated because of tourism activity. That makes up, this number is pretty astounding, 17% of all state tax revenue comes from tourism activity. So in a tough budget year, investing in tourism makes sense. And when you drill that down, every household in South Dakota saves $1,100 in taxes because of tourism activity. That's 58,000 jobs. And again, that number of labor income going to South Dakota families, South Dakota households, going to, many of you who work in the tourism industry are a part of it, lodging, eating and drinking facilities, retail, recreation, those are all jobs supported by tourism. So why invest in tourism and the development of tourism? These are just a few of the things, one of them which is increased promotion. If you don't have new things to offer, that's less to promote, less for the state to call out on Mitchell and the tourism industry as a whole. It supports local business sales. Another interesting point is about 50% of all visitors to South Dakota are repeat visitors. And that's important because if you don't have new things to offer, you're not reinvesting in renovations, you're not changing things up, it gives them less of a reason to come back. Also length of stay and spending. If you have the same facility bringing in the same events, you're not going to increase that length of stay, whereas if you do expand on facilities, you can bring in a variety of different meetings, a variety of different athletic events, or musical entertainment, whatever that might be. Moving quickly on, we conducted a study with Longwoods International, and it's a survey to South Dakota residents about how they feel about the tourism industry. The bottom chart there is South Dakota, the one above it is the U.S., and the one above that is Midwest. And these were all surveyed with the same questions. Do you support tourism growth? South Dakota by far exceeds our surrounding region in their support of tourism. So our local stakeholders know how important it is to our state and your local community. And lastly, just to wrap up here, tourism is the front door to economic development. So if you want visitors to come to your community, to relocate to your community, start businesses in your community, tourism is the way to do that. This is a study we did in all of our key target markets, and we asked these statement questions, half of which people have visited, the other half had not. The first number there are the perception of South Dakota as a good place to live before they had visited. Once they had arrived here and visited, we asked that same question. It raised their positive perception of tourism as a good place to live and bring their families here. A good place to start a career. Again, only 21% thought that was a good idea to start a career in South Dakota when they had not visited our state. Once you can get them here, once they're introduced to the people that we have here in our communities, That raises the positive perception of them considering starting a career. And you can replace Mitchell with South Dakota in that statement. I think that the result would be the same. And finally, percent who agree South Dakota is a good place to start a business. This one by far more than doubled once they arrived in a community or in South Dakota, how they feel about our state. And that is all I have. And I can stay after the executive session if you have any questions you want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else on the council like to discuss anything before we move on? Okie dokie. We will move to Board of Adjustment. Entertain a motion for the City Council to recess and sit as the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. Barrington. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to set the date for the Board of Adjustment hearing on the following items.
Move to set the date.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. McCardle. Any further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Reconvene as City Council. Entertain a motion for the Board of Adjustment to adjourn and the City Council to reconvene in regular session. Motion by Mrs. Church, second by Mr. Smith. Sounds like he was just a little quicker. Okay, further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Resolution R 2025-11, plot of lots B, 2B, 2C, and 2D in subdivision, and as shown on the agenda, Mr. Jenigas.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Planning Commission recommended approval of this unanimously. This is a portion that is surrounded by the city of Mitchell. The portion that we are platting out tonight is actually in the county still, so county will hear this at their first meetings. The highway bypass goes along on the on the east side there. We know that there's going to be no ingress egress off of that per DOT. So they are proposing the 20-foot ingress and egress to get all the way back to lot 2D. This area may look familiar from where the county has approved a liquor license for this, for a proposed steakhouse on this location on one of these lots. That will be continuing through the process for this. Commerce Street, which is just to the south there, which actually stops right at the bottom of 2B currently. There's about 3 or 4 more steps in the process to get it to a steakhouse in that location, which Commerce Street would continue on up past, but for now it's just an ingress egress for that. Don Peterson representing the applicants here. If you have any questions for him, or I can answer any that you have for me as well.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. Barrington. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to proceed with replacement of Corn Palace seating with Hussey Fusion seats from Combined Building Specialties off the Sourcewell contract. I can start with this. So we had a chair selection committee. The Hussey Fusion won unanimously. It's been the chair we've looked at the most. It's the one that's been sitting in there the most. I think it's possibly the cheapest chair, or right at it. This bid for, I think the total project cost is $550,000. Is that right? I think it's about right. That includes grinding of the concrete in the Corn Palace to make a nice, fresh, new surface, epoxy surfacing after that's done. Removal of the chairs as well. What's that say, 567? Removal of the chairs, and then making it, $567,500. Adding handrails, and then doing ADA locations as well. Is there anything I'm missing?
I was on the committee too, and I thought, I think their leader and I was unanimous which chair they went with. So I'm going to make a motion to accept Hudson's bid for the chairs.
Okay, motion by Mr. McCardle.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barrington.
I do have a question. Are we going out to bid on the work described that's not going to be done by Hussey, or what things are city staff going to be doing versus
So city staff will be doing almost nothing because we got so in that bid for removal of the chairs, it was like $2,700, which is very affordable. And then I don't think we're going out to bid. I'm going to have to ask Joe on that because I think it's under the minimum requirement.
Yep, we're able to quote that portion of the project, and that approval would have to come back to council to be approved.
And then at one point, we discussed potentially surplusing before disposal to allow people the opportunity. Is that still going to be something that is worked out as a part of this plan?
I think any sort of city property needs to be surplus before we can dispose of it. Is that correct?
Yes, it can be, it will be surplus before you can dispose of it. And I talked to Purple Wave, and they said they would be interested in listing that for us. And they'll determine the number of seats in each lot based on who they know they have as customers and what they need.
Because there's a little bit of lead time from the time they come and visit to the time it goes on, and then, okay, so yeah, we could sell them.
Taking them off for $2,700, you can't get any.
No. So this would be the total project cost of, I mean, everything's included. Handrails, grinding of the cement, seats. I think the only thing city staff would have to do, to answer your question, is repaint the white markers on the steps for safety and then apply new stickers, which we forgot about that until today. So I'm going to be honest with you. Jeff asked that.
I would like to amend the motion to pause for 2 weeks and request an answer from the Mitchell School District whether they're going to use their gymnasium or not. And if they're not, I would like to pursue doing blue chairs because it's Dakota Wesleyan's home field.
I don't think that Mitchell will need an answer in 2 weeks, so let's just go on.
I guess we've been waiting for them, so I guess to come back at you, the next board meeting, they need to make a decision, I think, because I've had conversation with Dakota Wesleyan people, and they think it would be awesome. I don't want to, we're not going to do it now anyhow. We're going to wait till July or whatever day we've picked before the festival. Gives us an opportunity, but I just think that we need to know.
And I will add, because I forgot to say one thing, I can't hardly read that screen. I got LASIK and they mess them up a little bit. So we are adding the additional padding, the weave, what's on there now for an additional $20,000 just because it's a more stronger pad. I was trying to stab it with my pen during the selection committee and that one did not puncture. No matter how hard I tried it, the other fabric did. But to your point, we do need to choose a seat color. However you guys want to do that. I think black was the color we maybe chose, but I guess that hasn't come up too much yet.
Yeah, black is the color that we were seeing up there, and part of this bid, when does the color would have to be even chosen? I mean, I guess my question is, if the Colonels do not play in the Corn Palace, are we going to not do new seats in the Corn Palace? I think our answer is, we're still going to do them. The color can be determined, but just because we approve this tonight, I think we'd probably have time to obviously try to find out if there's a different color or find out what that date is to be a color, because the manufacturer of these seats obviously start with much more things than just color to begin with to get to the point of the color seat. So I think there'd be time to work on that if we have to. But
I don't think black will show.
Real quick, Kevin, I had 3 people text me and said they can't hear you. Can you either talk closer or grab that out of the microphone?
Can't hear it.
Yeah, it might just be a different microphone. Bear with us, we're having technical difficulties. We're working on new mics for the council chambers.
That better?
Yeah, I can hear you over the speakers.
Okay. And I think a black one, if you get blue ones, they're going to show dirt and grime and people have marker. I think black, you won't see all the nicks and scratches and dings and dirt and everything else on them. I think black's just a lot easier to clean, but we don't have to decide that tonight.
The chair guy, Brian, he's watching this right now, and he said color can be selected in the shop drawing process. I don't know when that is. He's responding right now.
I guess
He's bought into this project, so I think they're doing a very good job. He's really paying attention.
But sooner or later, we have to put the ball in the court if we pursue that color. And I think, I'd like to hear if there's any citizen input on it. And maybe it's the first time people have heard it. Maybe they don't want it. I understand what you're saying, Councilman Carlo, about the scuffs and nicks and that stuff. I totally agree with you on that. But it's going to be Dakota Wesleyan's home field. I think it'd be really nice for them.
Too.
So we have a month to choose color if we voted today. I'm glad he's watching. Okay, so why don't we have citizens input? Or would anyone in the audience like to come and discuss the chairs and color
We can
and
put that on the agenda for the next meeting if we want to.
per chair or color selection?
Yeah. That way people that aren't here can talk.
Okay. Anyone in the audience like to discuss the chairs?
And then the other thing, if we are going to do a blue chair, I would want to make sure that it matches whatever the technical term for the exact color that is Dakota Wesleyan blue, not, as a colorblind person, I know that there is a lot of different shades of blue. I see one, and so if you ask me to pick, I guarantee I'd do the wrong one, so.
Okay, I'm texting him if we can get exact color matches, and you're free to speak.
I like Mike's idea.
Can you state your name too?
Bruce Treble.
Thank you.
I like Mike's idea on the blue back Dakota Wesleyan. You know, this town's lucky. We got 3 good schools. We got senior high, or the school district, includes all the grade schools. We have a VOTEC, and we have a college. Over the years, Huron had a college. It closed. Yankton had 2 colleges. One of them closed. We have Dakota Wesleyan. It's been here a long time. They play all their games at the Palace. So if color isn't a big deal, I'd say go with blue. I like Mike's idea. And I'm sure there's other people in this town probably think the same way. From December to March, I'm in the Corn Palace. I was there tonight. I had to come over here for the meeting. Hopefully I can get out of here and get back to the game. But anyway, I like Mike's idea, you know.
So
Blue
just
would
to-
be cool.
So just to clarify, are we allowed to vote on this, say, yes, we want the chairs, and then at a later time, choose a color? Just so we can,
I'll amend my motion to accept the bid with color to be determined later. How's that sound?
And I'll
oh, too late? There's two sabers in the audience tonight.
second my motion, you're amending my own motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to choose the color at a different time, but order the chairs and everything else that is included in this bid. Would anyone else in the audience like to discuss this? Okay.
Mayor, have we gotten a quote back from Civarella on the actual design of the cost? I know we got an estimate, but are they working on that yet?
I think the design's done and stamped. We're ready
It
to
is.
rock.
It is
So,
all
Mr.
complete.
Schrader, would you like to?
Yeah, currently they're working on getting quotes for the handrail and that work, and the ADA additional seating.
Okay. And then what was approximate number of seats? I know we're going to lose some seats.
1,562 seats of actual soft seats.
Okay.
That's Brian from Combined. They said that's what Hussey
And
came
then
up
we'll
with.
be adding, we'll be able to add some for the disabled.
Yep, there will be 6 wheelchair spots and then 6 companion spots on the actual stadium slanted, and then there will be another 6. So I feel like the number of actual seating is right around 1,575. So we would lose about 200 seats total.
There's 1,712 in there right now.
Okay, then we only lose 150.
And the nice thing too with the setup, Jeff, is the amount of seating that we are going to, get for accessible seating off the ramps on each side. So I think it's just going to be a huge positive for the Corn Palace and the new layout to give those people a good view of the court, which they currently really don't have, or a safety area, which we don't have because they have to be down by the court side. And if somebody's running off the court with a ball or chasing a ball, we've discussed how that is somewhat in their danger zone. Now they're going to be up in an area that's going to take them out of that kind of play, but they still got a great vision. So I think the new setup, the design by Civarella, is going to be a really nice addition to the Corn Palace.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and citizens' input is done. And do we have any further discussion?
Just one other thing that I just received a text that perhaps one of the things that we could consider is among the black seats having a DWU spelled out in blue. And I said, and you could have one that says MHS. But we have a lot of teams that come to play at the Palace besides Dakota Wesleyan. It's certainly their home court, but and I don't think we're going to ever lose Mitchell High School completely. So that's my guess. I'm not reading a crystal ball, but I just think that's maybe a possibility if you want to do something like that. That's a suggestion from.
I thought about that too, but I thought that was really complicated to organize all
I know,
that.
I don't know how you do it. Tricky.
Okay, any further discussion before we vote on the chairs? So just to make it clear, the motion is to order the chairs and decide color at the next council meeting. Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Agreement A 2025-16, Utility Easement License for Randall Regional Water Transmission Line. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council, this is essentially to allow Randall Community Water District to install a pipeline through property that we either own, manage right away, or have easements. 3 locations we have shown in this exhibit. Yep, right here. Those are the 3 locations that we have that, all south of town. With that, I do recommend approval. Mr. Johnson, City Attorney, did review. So with that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Sturks. Okay. Any further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Agreement A 2025-18, schematic design for Corn Palace renovation with Shimmer.
You missed one.
Did I skip that? I am sorry. Sorry, Robin. I flipped my paper too early. Okay, action to approve Agreement A 2025-17, Cadwell Park infield improvements with SPN and Associates, Project 2025-23. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council, SPN and Associates was requested to provide a proposal for design, bidding, and construction phase services for an infield project at Cadwell Park. The proposal includes reconstructing the infield with a sand mix and new grass turf, under drain, and storm sewer as needed. The project was discussed during the 2025 budget hearings, but was not budgeted at that time. Proposed fees at an hourly rate not to exceed amounts. I broke them down in the staff report if you want to see them. Staff does recommend approval of the proposed agreement with SPN to perform these services at an hourly rate not to exceed $33,000. And with that, I can answer any questions you may have. Kevin Nelson is also available for questions on the project.
So the intent, as we talked about, is we don't have the amateur state tournament here this year, so take advantage of the downtime. And so do we feel that this is still a 25 project as it sits right now with SPN?
If they get moving and this is approved, we do feel that this is attainable yet this year. There might be some items that get finished in the spring, but the intention is to have people playing baseball again in 2026 on the field.
Okay. Second. Second by Mr. Sabers. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Action to approve Agreement A 2025-18, schematic design for Corn Palace renovation with Shimmer. We'll start with Mr. Johnson.
All right, well, I don't probably have to give you a whole lot of background on this. We've been discussing it at several council meetings now. The agreement that you see in front of you tonight would be a short form agreement just to proceed with the schematic design phase on the Corn Palace interior renovations. I will pass it over to Robin here in a second to give you a little bit more information on that part. This agreement would be set up for lump sum at that cost of $84,000. And I think with that, we can hand it over to Robin. I'll get his PowerPoint pulled up.
Sure. Mayor and council members, thank you for inviting me back for this and to entertain this proposal. And to the citizens of Mitchell, thank you as well. Been working with the city of Mitchell for well over a decade. Some of us in our office, I think, for 2 decades now. And so this is becoming a second home for me. And I think this is a community quality of life issue that just seems to, it has to go forward. So if you're down in watching the basketball game, you might see that wall right there. That's the result of the study we did back in 2022. And it just felt like the thing sat because of COVID. Nothing happened. And we at that time met with, 40, in fact, you could go to do I have the slides or do you have control of that? I do. Awesome. The initial project in 2022, we met with the city leaders and over 40 community members, multiple open house sessions. If you remember, these walls were covered with all kinds of options. We had all kinds of open opportunity for discussion. And we were asked to come up with, out of all the different options, a good, a better, and best. So that's what we put on that wall. And it's like, what's going forward? And the idea here, I think, is, I've been saying we need to find a way to find big funds and get this whole project done at one time. But I think as the new mayor came on board, we started discussions and we piggybacked off of the better option and have been working on some concepts just off to the side, no contract, just to see if we can, what could we do and for how much? So Jordan came up with the idea, could you phase this and come up with a phasing? And I went, well, the first phase has to be a new city hall because we need to create space. A little more contemplation and discussion, or we're not going to do a new city hall. Well, how can we rework the Corn Palace and get you what you really need for this event center and probably double the amount of floor space, usable floor space? So, and with all of this, the idea is to complement the existing corn mural motif inside and outside. On the exterior, probably not with, we've heard we don't want to put more corn murals up on the outside because that's an awful lot of work, but is there some way we could do that in the exterior texture of the building? So we want to for sure carry around that corn motif. And as we got forward, we basically said that study, that the good plan, see if I can find which one is that it? I never see if, there I am pointing. What I call the better concept had all this additional work that was supposed to be done. And we, just in discussion, we went, we don't need to talk about City Hall, or the shop or anything yet. Let's just take that off the program. And let's talk about just expanding the Corn Palace. So what you're doing right now is you're redoing these seats on this side. So there's nothing from the proscenium opening, which is the stage working to the east, that, let me start that sentence over. Essentially, we're going to leave this west part as it is, and where the proscenium opening is, the stage opening itself, we take this down and we can rebuild that part of the building. So we replace that footprint with a new footprint. So essentially what comes out is everything you see inside this orange line, which creates a space for us to rebuild the Corn Palace using the height of that roof line and the open trusses that are in the existing Corn Palace and carrying that all the way out towards Lawler. While we're doing that, we want to certainly save all the corn murals we can and let's reuse them. As we got discussing this project, we talked about there's a lot of things that need to be included in because what we're taking down is part of the mechanical electrical service entry system. We'd certainly like to find a way to connect the service elevator to the different levels of the addition so we can go ground floor and second floor for sure and be able to connect all the way around from the existing Corn Palace second floor across this level into the new addition. So we could do that on both sides and create a hallway that connects around. So ground floor, second floor would connect all the way around into the addition because we've now got the taller height space. So that's what we rebuild, essentially. And we've talked a lot about basketball, and the only reason is it's kind of a common known space. So you have one basketball court, you can easily put in a second basketball court, and over the top of this court we could put retractable seats, and over a second level we could put more retractable seats, but you would gain a considerable amount of square foot. In fact, besides the couple of basketball courts, you have room to put quite a few pickleball courts in there if you'd like to. So you have, essentially when you're done, it's 24,154 square feet of event space, which is double what you have now. On the ground floor, you have 11,566 gross. We would add 6,848. And on an upper level, 5,740 square feet. Comfortably, you can put 3, you could probably squeeze 4 pickleball courts on each basketball court that you have. So you could easily, we could easily stripe 6 pickleball courts on your main floor if you'd like. We could add a couple upstairs. Gives you a lot of flexibility if we use retractable seats. There's all kinds of retractable seats now today. There's your typical bleachers, there's your bleachers with a little bit of padding and cush, kind of like what we put in your aquatic center. There's seats with backs now, and there's individual seats that retract and fold down. So there's options, and every one of those has a little variation on the amount of seats. But there's options to do that, and when you pull that back, you expose the entire floor. So we looked at seating. We came up with about 1,250 on the main floor and another 440 roughly on the upper floor. This particular plan is still carried over from our old concept where these were soft seats. But if we make these on the upper level retractable, that's where we created all that extra usable floor space. What we've done essentially, we would have a plan that you enter the bleachers from a lower level and you could go all the way down from an upper level, second floor, which would connect straight across to a second floor level. But if you're in the bleachers, you could exit up onto a third floor level, which would be the top level of elevator and stairs.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
can you just go back to that? So you're saying there'd be 1,690 seats on that side?
You're talking square feet or seats?
Yeah, seating. It says 1,200 seats and then 440?
You're right.
Okay.
Right in that range until we get to, just like you just
Right,
did
yeah.
with your other study, they
Yep.
vary a little
Okay.
bit when you, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I also, somewhere in here, had a note. Let me go back to this one. Just for curious, because I know you'd asked the question, there's roughly 14,000 square feet anticipated for the ground floor. There's about 6,000 square feet on the upper floor, and roughly 2,000 square feet for the third floor for exiting and entrance, elevators and stair access. One of our thoughts is that at the back side of the, sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button. At the back side of this second floor level, we'd probably stop that floor level short of the outside wall by about 5 feet, at which point you can run corn murals all the way from the top of a door height on first floor all the way up to the top of second floor, and maybe even up to third floor. So it'd be a great place to add murals along with some on the sidelines. Give you an idea where you could put those murals and where the circulation paths work. So the yellow lines represent circulation paths from the existing second floor around to the new second floor. And the orange lines represent walls that you could do corn murals, and this is where I was talking about the 2-story corn murals could be happening right there. These are some renderings we did earlier on that still had some soft seats, so you'll see this is what you have now. And what we always recognize is this whole upper area here that the seats don't go up there. So they're a real low, what we call a rake, or the sight lines. So as you look at this drawing down below, which is a section through there, our sight lines are kind of blocked. When you're sitting here, you'll notice you can't quite see the corner of the basketball court. And if somebody tall is in front of you, you can't see a lot of the game. So as we looked at this space, we said, why don't we go taller with the new seating? So what we're doing is we're taking the removable bleachers or the flexible bleachers up to that second floor level with a wall behind it, and then we'd take the upper level up to a third level with a wall behind it, and both of those two collapse, and that's what creates that larger first floor and a good expansive second floor that's all usable for event space. The new side, if you go, the seating could, in theory, be options that are put into the project, so you could price them separately. But you'll find improved viewing because of the angles of the seating. It gives you an idea here as well where the taller corn murals could happen on that back wall, which would be the far east. So there was a discussion the other day, well, is there a way that we could block off this upper level and maybe not have that open to the entire space, because maybe that's too much seating, like the Sioux Falls Event Center does. They can drop curtains and close off the whole upper level. So we're playing with the idea of could we take corn murals and make them a slidable wall partition that could come in at this level and block off the upper from the lower and add more corn murals. I haven't quite determined how we'd stack them yet, but I have a hunch that's a doable project, so we'd certainly entertain that. And really, part of the process of the design concept is a listening process. So it's, you have an idea, what do we do? Can we show more corn murals, or how do we block off that upper, well, let's talk about it and give us time, and we love to do that because we're just idea people. Some of them are good and some of them aren't, and we go through all the ideas and finally come up with a consensus, and what does that cost? And we put it into the project, or if it's out of the budget, we take it out of the project. So we work with you on, as we go through those kind of ideas. Some of this comes from the contract itself. Like we talked about, the exterior will likely brick to match the existing, but we need to come up with a way, I think, to put the permanent corn mural-like exterior wall surfaces. We've discussed some specifics. As earlier on, I was talking to Jordan. I didn't have too many specifics, but it became apparent we need to make sure we have 4 locker rooms, official suites, green rooms, training rooms. The connection of the addition, second floor across to both the end zones. There was a question, what happens if we want to have a taller overhead garage door onto the main floor? We've got to resolve that overhead door height, and I haven't had time to evaluate how that'll work. That'll be part of the study. That might mean a taller overhead garage door might interfere with some of the corn murals. Then again, we might say corn murals take precedence over overhead garage doors. We'll just have to work that out. I don't have the dimensions at this point. New mechanical electrical services, as required to replace everything that's being demolished. We got some prices from the city of the boilers and the pumps and the chillers and the air handles and freight elevators, so we're adding that into the project, or making sure that it is part of the project. Certainly we had considered that we'd be doing a good share of this anyway, but it's nice that the city's already done some research, and we'd work with those people that have already been providing some pricing. That's what gets knocked out, some of the places you don't see very often. This is on the back corner of the area that we're taking off. Major service entry and equipment back in there. We need to find a way to replace that. So one of the options is if we tear that down first before we try to rebuild anything new, you'll have a fairly large period of time, a downtime where you probably can't use the corn palace. So we're looking at a second option of could we rebuild that part of the building first and then tear everything else down and go from there. So we're going to come back with 2 full options. There you go. The architect will provide, and the owner, this is in the contract, will consult with the owner to provide 2 schematic design concepts. There's deliverables for each option. We'll be giving you first floor plans, second floor plans, third floor plans, east and west sections, north and south sections, so you get an idea of heights and clearances and how this all starts to come together. The exterior elevations all the way around the building, sketches, 3D images, an outline written description of architectural specs, mechanical electrical systems, a narrative of both of those. And what you really need to get to is what's the probable cost of construction. We're estimating, we estimated early on somewhere in the $12 million range. But we won't know until we really spend a little bit more time on that. We can put some more detail and flesh to this project and give you some more serious numbers. And then you need also an estimate of probable construction timeline. So if you put option A and option B together, I suspect they will have fairly substantial cost differences and fairly substantial time differences. And with both those 2 options and the cost and the time available for each of them, you'll be able to make a better, more informed decision on what's best value for you as a city. That's the intent of our study. I tell you what, a couple other things that don't really show up when we do a study like this, but if you do new construction, the quality of construction today and what's required by code for insulation, better mechanical electrical systems, you'll add more square feet, but I don't know that you'll add more costs for operating. For instance, our high school that we're doing in town right now, twice the size, my guess is the operating costs will be about the same for about double the square feet. So there's some real benefits sometimes in building new with the new equipment and the new insulation. Makes a big difference. I still think this is a quality of life issue for the city of Mitchell. I think higher paying jobs are about, not just about wages, but it's about the city, it's the community and what it has to offer. This is Mitchell's only event center. The city of Sioux Falls, where I come from, 10 years ago was it? had a big debate over, we're going to spend $135 million for an event center. They have never looked back. They've never looked back. And they're moving forward with, now we need to move all of our convention space because it's not big enough, so they're looking at buying a bunch of more land downtown and doing a convention, and they keep moving forward. And as I work with Mitchell, I see this as the opportunity for you to move forward. I ran across, I was just sharing this with Jordan, and so I have to do this. I ran across, now the city of Sioux Falls is working on their zoo, and they found a donor that's giving them $25 million matching gift. For anybody that matches, they'll keep matching up to $25 million, and when they hit that, this donor will throw in another 10. And I would love to get to a point where we have enough, we can go out, and let's start talking about the Corn Palace, the entire concept. You may never get there, but I'd love to help you try to find those kind of donors. That's where I'm at. I just think you need to get this study so you know where you're headed. And I'd hate to see you, like I said before, it started from that original study in 2022. I hated to see that thing go on the shelf. And so I keep coming back here saying, you need to move forward with it. And we're here to help you do that.
Can I just ask one question?
Sure.
You showed, and this is just for clarification, but can you go back like 2 pictures of old? Oh, yeah, one more.
Right there?
That top left picture, that's under City Hall. Is that also on the table? That's not under the Corn Palace, that's under City Hall.
Yep, my mistake. Okay, I didn't
Okay,
get
I just want to
the
make sure.
mechanic room over there in the corner.
Okay, just clarifying. That's it, that's all.
Yep, I just grabbed a quick. No, I don't want to tear out City Hall. You're just too good. You knew what you were looking at.
I have toured these buildings, every square inch of it.
Yep.
Just want to clarify. So I guess I would, at this point, entertain a motion, so then we can continue further discussion, and anyone could ask questions of Robin.
I could probably tell you, I know there was in the paper, I don't like to be in the paper, but because I don't think it should be about me.
You're going to be in the paper today,
Yeah,
tomorrow.
great. I'd rather it be about your city and what you're doing, but there was a comment about, in fact, on that slide, there was a comment about us donating something, or being able to use roughly $50,000 worth of what we put into this already, and that there was a scan on that thing. We've scanned your entire Corn Palace and are able to apply that to what we have already. So there's a vast amount of information that we have on file that we just want to move forward with it.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Church, second by Mr. Sabers. So we'll go with any further discussion.
I move that we table it because we're going to be wasting our money. We all know it. It's going to go to a public vote. Let the people decide it. So let's not pay him $84,000 to find out if we want to do it. Let's do the vote first and find out if the people really want it.
Just to clarify though, Mike, are you asking to table it, or are you asking to send it to a vote?
Send it to a vote.
This project, or
This project.
a $12 million Corn Palace?
12 million or whatever he's telling us, it was 15 million, now it's come down to 12. I think we need to send it to public vote, let the people, we pick a number. If it's 15 million, I'm fine with that. Send it to a public vote and see if the people really want to spend 15 million on this building. For this project, I should say. I'm not against fixing the maintenance items. I'm against spending that kind of money on this building. We have yet to hear a business plan. If there's one out there, I'd love to hear it. And this goes back a little bit with what I said about the chairs. If Mitchell's leaving, I do not want them to leave. I want to be very clear about that. I love coming to the curling games in the past. But
Mike, someone said they can't hear you, so you want to.
we would need to know to move forward with, Dave would have to start scheduling other games or events. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but there's no business plan. If I hypothetically took this to a bank and tell them I wanted $15 million to add onto a building that we know is going to lose money, there's no way they'd give us the money. And that's what we're doing. We're asking the people to trust us. We're the bank. And we're going to give this guy $84,000 to draw it up for us, and we may never do it. It may sit on the shelf, as he said.
Might I interject?
I just want to address something. I'm guessing maybe we're going to be on the same page as this. But now I do agree with you. I think it should go to a public vote. However, the people won't really know what they're voting on without a plan.
Out of design.
And that's, I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I'm just saying, what will they be voting? Like, when it goes on to the ballot, it's gonna,
I would say they'd be voting on a dollar amount. We've had the drawings. We've talked about it. I agree, they really don't know what they're voting on. But are they willing to stick 12 or $15 million, whichever it is, with inflation, into this building? That's not including interest.
okay, Robin,
I was just going to interject. I'd hate to see you spend money on maintaining equipment. If you do, for instance, the air handling equipment, that's all underneath the existing seats. If you do add on later, they probably won't, that air handling equipment probably won't get replaced there. It'll be new on another side of the building. So you'd be repairing and replacing items and then in the way of future remodel or improvements. So it's kind of an either or, I think. And you won't get there until you do a study or really have good concept of what it is we're looking at what price.
so is this a study and we're gonna have like an architect, let's just say it doesn't get approved. Are you you're gonna provide 2 plans where we could look at them and
Yes.
say it? It's not just a study where it's like, here's some information.
2 sets of plans.
But there won't be like actual architectural drawings, it'll just be pictures. Like a heavy concept.
It's a heavy concept.
But not
It's
like you couldn't
not
hand
for
it to.
construction, no.
Okay.
No.
Just making sure to clarify.
Earlier, when he used the word study, I was like, listen, can we use a different word?
Yeah,
'Cause that's
analysis is the
that's
new
not what
word.
this is going to be.
Sure.
Right,
And
exactly.
I do agree what you mentioned, Jordan, is this portion of it needs to take place for the people to find out what they're actually talking and discussion about and what we're possibly building, because a $12 million number doesn't tell me one thing what I'm building. But when I have a schematic plan in front of me and see what this new venture looks like for the community, now the people can make a decision if they want to support it and call their council people and everything else. But until we get to that point to present to the public, this stage 1 needs to happen for stage 2 and for the people to make their decision. And I don't think we're there yet. And I think this needs to pass tonight.
I do have a couple questions. When we talk about the 2 schematic design concepts, in the language of the contract, Justin, is there anything set to the dollar amount of the schematic designs? Or is it just whatever they end up coming back with?
You're talking as to the schematic, like a project estimate for the schematic designs that they'd be providing.
So like, if they came back with schematic
They're giving us
designs,
option A at 12 million versus option B at 15 million or something like that.
Yes.
Is that what you're getting at? Robin, I think you're roughly at the $12 million figure, but you can probably explain what the intention is with those different options better than I can.
I'm not 100% sure if I know what's behind the question, but we have a fixed dollar amount to get to the 2 concepts. And there's a list in there of what would be included for those concepts. So from those 2, you'll have a cost, a full set of concept drawings, and cost and time frame to do the work. So you might have one that's 12 million, like Justin was saying, and another one that's 15 million. One may take 18 months to build, and the other one may take 24 months to build. So you're going to play those against each other. And that's where I think if you go to vote, that's where I would think you go to the vote over one or the other. Not maybe one against the other. I would guess you'd say, we like option 1 over 2. That's the one we'd like to go forward with. You could either, I think at that point, say, go ahead and let's go, and we'd enter into a separate contract to go to the remainder of the work, or you could take it to a vote.
So legal question, if we go to a vote, can we choose between option 1, option 2, and nothing? Or does it have to just be a yes or no?
You're probably going to be, I'm missing Stephanie here tonight, but I'm assuming that this project is going to be bonded. And if that's the case, typically those bonds are issued saying they'll be issued up to a certain dollar amount. So it's not voting on a specific project, it's voting on a dollar amount that you'll be spending up to.
And I think the earliest start, like you were saying, when would we start construction, when we need the money to build? You're talking a couple of years out. It wouldn't be 2026. It'd be pushing to hit 2027, I would think, depending on how long it takes to go through this process. So you're probably start talking in 2028.
Jordan, can you remind me the number of seats for that, the Hussey number?
So I did the math. So Hussey would be 1,562, and the numbers that Robin gave was 1,250 plus 440 for a total number of seats of 3,252, roughly. Would be the total number of seats.
Without the bleachers on the end.
Was that without the bleachers on the end?
Without them on the end.
So that's probably what, another 300?
Correct. Another,
So we'd be,
600
that's about right.
no, can you get 300 each on that? Right now, they're like 150.
I think they are. Where's our, I think they're putting about 150 on either end, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think that's about all you could do.
Yeah.
So let's call it 400. Let's be nice. 3,650 seats, roughly. I'm trying to be very fair.
So,
3,650 seats total for basketball or volleyball or whatever it would take, just the basketball court.
so Robin, what you
For the
just
one.
showed us, what would you call that?
This would be with one primary seat and full of spectators.
No.
I think he's
no.
calling, is this your
Is this a study? Is this a rendition? What is it? Because
Wow.
I see you already proposing what you're going to bring back to us.
To some extent, yes, I did this gratis, so I'm in the hole, or the company's in the hole. When Schemmer's not looking, I spend time on this, and I talked him into doing the mural and paying for it, and then I work on this, and I go, Jordan, hey, is anybody up here listening? So could we do something like this? I think when Jordan, you mentioned doing it in phasing, is there a way to phase this? That's where this came out of.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, do I have control of that, or did you?
You got a laser on there.
Okay, here we go. See, like this plan, I was, at the time I got this drawn, I was still thinking there'd be a primary entrance this direction, so I was starting to go, well, there would be a stair and an elevator, and that's out. So the things that I had on concept B, everything's gone here. On this one, we took that out during the discussion, and we said, we don't need an entry on this side of the building. Well, I think maybe you want one here someday, but that's just me. What I hear is this is your primary entrance. So if that's the direction this heads, fine. This is down to stimulate thought. This is not a concept. And workability, the quantity of seats will change. The space for being able to put murals back here and a 5-foot space behind that. So what we need to do is we're going to start from, where's your existing basketball court? The study we did in option B moved it, the center of that court. But if I leave your court right here, then I need to work backwards the rake or the height of these bleachers until I get up to a second floor level and create a wall. Then I want to, oops, I'm doing that, aren't I? Let me find another way to look at this. Where's that section? It's coming. So I start at your court, and I work this back until I hit that second floor level, which corresponds to your existing building. That's that level. That's where that bleacher stops and stacks. Then I create a new floor. I go up until I hit your ceiling lines, and my head starts to bang. That's where that upper level of seats stops and stacks. Then I have to have place for this level of seats to exit onto the main floor and out, or onto the second floor and out. This level of seats to exit on the second floor down and out, or back and out, and this upper section of seats to exit out and down, which then puts me up against this wall where I'd like to create a space to be able to put your murals. I haven't worked that out in enough detail to tell you how many feet that is and what that's going to cost. This is to get people looking at the thought. It's far enough along that we worked out where your main basketball court is, no sight lines, but you haven't paid me for that. I just did it.
So we're going to remove the stage. So nobody can tell me what we're going to get by doing this. I will tell you what we're going to lose. We will lose the rodeo. He has told me flat out he's gone. Because you lose sightline to watch the rodeo from the stage. That's where he makes his money, is those high-dollar tables. He just called me last night. He's seen it in the paper. He's like, you do it, I'm probably going north. So you can't tell me what we're going to get, so I'm telling you what you're going to lose.
So I did have one of our staff look up and see what events could come here. Again, I'm trying to be very fair. It sounds like if we did this project, we would meet the requirements and be moved up on the priority list, possible opportunity or consideration for, so no guarantees. The girls' A basketball tournament, girls and boys A, the Class B girls tournament, the state wrestling dual tournaments, apparently that's a different one, and then the state gymnastics meet. So those 4, we would be moved up on consideration. 2 of those, the wrestling and the gymnastics, conflict with current annual events. So I just want to make sure I did all my homework so everyone would know. And that's not an exhaustive list. I want to make sure that's clear too, but.
Which makes sense because that was part of our study we did in 2022, so that this is an extension of that same study to meet some of those same basic criteria, just simply scaled back on the north.
As we talk about this plan or the design, I think there are 3 critical issues that come up for me. Removing the stage increases cost for Corn Palace events that require a stage.
$17,000. I also pulled that number. So every time we have any event with a stage, we would need to either buy a stage and store it, or we'd have to pay $17,000. Sorry. Dan.
And many events bring their own stages, bands and.
So none of the bands that we contract with bring a stage. We all need to supply it. I made sure to reach out to a Pepper Entertainment and say they will never furnish a stage. We would have to buy that from our sound and light.
Although you've just doubled your amount of seats, so are you thinking you might be able to bring in larger venues?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, I think.
I guess I didn't do all my homework.
I'm thinking you should.
So we would have a maximum of 3,252 seats. Our most recent concert, we had 3,600. Last time, I think the most we could have seated is 3,000 or 2,800, so roughly 800 more. But if you put a stage on the floor, then you're going to remove some. So I don't know. All I know is 17,000. Go ahead.
And to that end, with removing the stage and moving it to either end, if you're sitting in the current bowl, I don't feel like it would create a good viewing experience because you're having to rotate depending on whatever side you're sitting on compared to where the stage is. The other part that I think for me is a big problem is that 3 to 4 months out of the year, our facility is still currently used by very good tenants that do a really good job operating a gift shop. And until that opportunity of removal for floor space use for events is figured out, that this is just throwing away lost money, in my opinion. I do want to say, to the plan's credit, I do think that the idea of just adding a basketball court is what people see, because like you said tonight, it does create the easiest idea of space in people's mind. However, I do think that there are a lot more possibilities with the space and use once you do add the floor space, not only for basketball, but the number of sports teams that I know that don't have indoor practice facilities for things like batting practice, or soccer teams that can't practice because it turns out it gets to -40 in South Dakota, is just things to consider as well. I definitely think that the overall project should go to a public vote. I don't disagree with you on that. One of the things that I think that would make the public vote most truthful and honest is if they could actually see a plan to consider what they're looking at. I would say that as we look and talk about the expansion of the floor, I don't know that I would want another hardwood basketball floor. That maintaining one seems like enough for us, and that I don't know that we would ever have 2 premier events going on at the same time, even with the expansion, that you would just need the one premier basketball court.
And to accommodate that, that's a design concept again, and all the differences of the concrete floor of that much difference of where we pour that.
If this passes timeline, you to be back here with a proposal.
You're talking about just tonight's vote. If it passes,
if it
how
passes
soon will you
tonight.
have your conceptual designs back?
When will we see that?
What our proposal says is we'll sit down with the community again and talk about a reasonable schedule. I'm thinking, I have heard you'd like to have some more community input. That pushes it, I'm thinking 3 to 4 months. It depends on how long it takes to get the community together and have more input.
And then you said it would be like a 36 months, 18 months or 36 months for the whole thing? 18 months to design everything?
That's probably about right.
And then 18
yes.
months to do the thing.
Construct it.
So if we said
18 to
yes
24.
tonight and the city
You're
passes
talking-
it, you're
that's why
talking
I'm
40
saying-
months until it's done.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking you're you're probably not going to start construction until 2027, maybe even 2028, depending on how long it takes to develop this. This to me is it's the next step to get it moving forward. I want to see you get all the way to the end, but I think you got to get past this step.
So that's what I was going to say next. And I would agree with you. If we need to ever do anything in the Corn Palace, we need emotional buy-in.
Yeah.
And I'm not for this project, but only for this reason, because I'm not emotionally bought in, because there's about 10 questions that I have here that I'm not even going to bring up. That it's hard for me to get behind something I don't know what it is. And it's not just the Corn Palace. If you could give me a perfect Corn Palace for whatever your number is, it still doesn't solve our gift shop problem. It doesn't solve our parking problem. It doesn't solve if we need to turn this into the gift shop and it's a city hall problem. To me, like, if we could have that discussion and really think about a long 10-year timeline, it might make a little bit more sense. And I don't know that even if you came up with all that, you'd have the support of the public. That's just my opinion.
So,
and I don't have a vote in this.
This project, two concepts, probable construction costs and a probable construction timeline, which you're asking me today is, what is that? And I'm saying, well, we haven't done the study yet. But I can tell you what I think it's headed to, but let me almost show you something else. Our original study addresses some of what you're asking. There's a footprint for right here is a logical place for a store. And that's
And just to make
right
sure,
here.
that's not included in this price, right?
It's not, but it can be easily added I don't want to push it that hard because it's it's not even in the scope of this, but we can easily add and say, this is where it could head, and that would be part of, we could help you introduce that to the community. Down the road, we're not trying to sell it right now, but this could be done. So you can easily, our original study was, if you move City Hall, we can put lockers here, we can put a shop, the gift shop right here and lockers there, and remodel all of this. So a logical sequence for me is to build City Hall there, open up all this floor space, and put in your gift shop and some locker rooms. But that was the better project, that's double the money. So phasing this, and if you never get to this part, you'll be okay with that. You can just add on to the existing Corn Palace and the roof lines and get what you want now. And you haven't, part of our study is not to hamper future development on this site. So we want to tie the floor levels together, and we want to make it so that you could someday remodel north of the Corn Palace. But it's right now not in this study. We could easily add information on that.
And to touch back on how you started, where you said it was my idea with phases, I would agree that I did ask for different phases. I would just like to see all the phases at once. But I don't think most people would, so.
I would too, but you're asking for a different thing, and is the community ready for that?
Yeah, that's the big question. I don't know that they are.
I would love to, and show you how to phase into that, but I would tell you that I think your best bet, because it doesn't get in and start messing with all this mechanical electrical equipment that's there right now, is if you move City Hall, you could probably build it half the square foot, and you could put it right up here, and probably half of City Hall could stay in this back part of and you could have your store right there, your gift shop. Then you've opened up for future remodel here. But I think it's for the community, it's probably doing the project backwards. For me, it's the logical way to do it, but I think for the community, it's backwards. You're asking for a lot of money to move a City Hall is that highest priority?
It's kind of interesting. I haven't been mayor very long, but I have dug into a lot of this stuff, and it seems like we go down the same path every time. Should we do a Corn Palace? Should we do a little Corn Palace? Should we do a big Corn Palace?
Correct.
We already have so much money, we should just build an event center, and then we don't build an event center, and then the whole cycle starts.
Thus my frustration, because here it is, here's your concepts, let's move forward. And I think what I'm hearing back is we need the study to get something done. And this was a more elaborate, when we did this option B, this was designed around sports. And what I've heard in the last 2 years coming back is that we need open floor space. So these seats are starting to become retractable. And how much can you get in event space? So you're doubling your ability to do events. And that's a big deal for this community. Yep, that's the way I'm reading it. That's why I think you asked me for that proposal to go that direction.
I will say real quick, I just thought of it. I am going to bring a boxing tournament here in like 2 months in April. So we're going to have another. No, yeah, we can do that if you and me box. Yeah. I guess I don't. You know what? I think there's a lot of people in the audience that want to talk about this. So I guess if you guys are ready for that, then we can move forward. Unless anyone else has any questions for Robin. So.
Yeah, I think we're okay with, we have 4 people that want to talk, and let's keep in mind if, we were discussing before, I'd prefer if we don't repeat ourselves on some of the information. Let's get to the new stuff so we can move back to council and make a decision.
I'm just going to say one thing real quick in response to the sight line, if you're setting the stage at one end and how everyone's turning their necks. I took my grandsons and we saw Nate Bargatze at the Premier Center, and they had the stage in the center of the floor. And so the comedians that were all there with him, went like this, and there was a screen that you could see him all the time. But I don't think it always has to be that one end. I know that's just one little thing, but I just thought that was worth pointing out that sometimes it's a center stage that you put, so.
So nobody in the audience wants to come? I'm just kidding.
I've just got a quick question for Robin. I spent 20 years as an engineer.
Can you just say your name for everyone at home?
Roger Music, excuse me. I spent 20 years as an engineer. I really sympathize with you trying to build something for when people don't know what they want. I mean, that's a challenge. And from my feedback from Mitchell residents, it's about a 20-to-1 that people don't want to expand the Corn Palace. They're happy with its size, they're happy with its seating, they're happy with the stage. The maintenance items that need to be done behind the stage, the locker rooms, those areas, I think pretty much everybody is in agreement that has to be done. So if you were to give us 2 proposals, can you give us one that is your grand plan with expansion and one that is the locker room area, don't change any seating, kind of a minimum, fix the maintenance problems, and tell us what that will cost, because that's what the vast majority of the people of Mitchell want.
We need 2 podiums.
Can I do that with the mic?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
I can do multiple plans.
You said you were
If it were to replace like the back part, the locker rooms and everything, it'd be another 1-story addition. So it'd be roughly the same footprint, but not the upper levels. You wouldn't gain anything from a venue standpoint, but you'd gain improved back of house facilities, which would be very similar to the floor plan you have now, only in a newer, cooler style.
That's what the public is asking for, is fix your maintenance problems, fix your boiler problems, fix your locker rooms, but we don't need any more seats, we don't need any more floor space. We have floor space at DWU for 3 basketball floors. We have floor space now at the high school for 3 in one room and 2 in another room. So we have, as a Mitchell community, we have way more floor space today than we've ever had. The last thing we need is more. So if you want something to pass the public vote, that's what it has to be, I believe.
I think that would be up to the council, what you wanted me to do.
But your proposal is...
I can tell you, like, I love creativity, and I'm an idea guy, and I can come up with 1,000 ideas. I could get you scattered real fast, and you won't know where you're headed. So I think we have direction, and if you were to give me different direction, it'd be nice to know what that was. I'd almost hate, I'm just thinking out loud, I'd almost hate to have you knock down the back and then replace it. The back of house facilities and then just replace it.
Personally, I don't care if you knock it down or just fix what we have or change some walls in the back, but I don't believe you'll ever be able to pass a vote of the population that says we want to add a lot of seats and a lot of floor space. And I do think you could pass something that fixed the back. And you mentioned that you were going to provide 2 proposals or two drawings, and I'm just asking, can one of those drawings be what I'm asking for and one of them be...
Is that PowerPoint still up?
Proposing?
I don't know if it could unless we amended this contract.
Yeah, let me, from the PowerPoint, let me show you something.
Just answer the question.
Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, what it's not showing, the simple concept is this one, where we add this roof line across, and I find a way to get all the mechanical, electrical, toilet rooms, locker rooms, and everything underneath these seats. I'm not sure I can pack them in there. But that one option that's one I'm headed for. That one will take longer to construct, but it's a smaller footprint. The other option is I build across here. I build a new mechanical equipment room, some storage facilities, and a way to connect the loading dock. So there's an actual staging space from the freight elevator into this building without having to go back outside all the time. So I build new here, then I knock this down. Whoops. Well, that's basically the same thing. I build new across here, and then we knock this down and rebuild it. That'll go faster. Less downtime, but it's more footprint. Those are the two options we're looking at to be able to meet the program for the floor space and the seating and everything else that the council's asked for.
And I'm just asking, can you do one that has no changes in seating, no changes in the stage, just does the locker rooms and the back area?
That's like a buy two designs, get one free, Robin?
That's that one. That's what we have right there. We could, it's new mechanical, electrical equipment and paint.
I'm just saying, I think that's.
Do you want to just come up to the microphone for everyone at home? Just to make sure.
I just think that's the only thing that will pass. And if you're going to take it to a vote, you should take it to a vote right away and see if the people want to expand the Corn Palace. If they do, I'm all for it. If they don't, then you should back up and say, you know, what can we do in the back area to fix our maintenance problems? But to me, it seems foolish to design something in great detail that people don't want. And I think you could easily ask the people, do you want to expand the Corn Palace? That's the question.
We don't know that people don't want it yet because we haven't voted on it.
Well, you're right. But the question is,
you don't want it, but maybe other people do want it.
No, I'm saying you just need to ask the people, do they want to expand the Corn Palace? That's the question.
No, while I agree with.
Meetings like you did for the lake.
Yeah.
See if there's people.
No yelling from the audience. I'm sorry. I just got to keep you under control. So I will.
If people are interested.
Can you hold on just a minute? And I think I'll answer your question. While I agree, I don't think it would ever pass a public vote. Again, we don't know exactly what they're voting on. You know, like you said, well, do people, and I'm not arguing with you, I'm trying to play things out. If you said we want to vote on an expansion, well, what is the definition of expansion? That's going to be the real question. And I understand this is a very tough predicament because maybe the people don't want it, but they don't know what they're voting on. So it's tough. And like I said, while I agree with you that it wouldn't pass, I just don't know what we would even put on the ballot other than, do you want to expand the Corn Palace for 12 million? And then people are talking at coffee or in the restaurants and they're going to say, well, what are we going to expand? And they're going to say, I don't know. There's really no details. So that's just,
okay.
And like I said, I agree with you.
Okay. So then the backup position is, let's go ahead and get the drawing that he's talking about for the expanded Corn Palace, and let's get the drawing and cost for what I'm calling kind of the minimum maintenance fixes for the Corn Palace without the expansion. And
so you're requesting that we could do a third drawing, I guess, or just a third estimate of what it would cost?
I'm not sure the two you have, but I was suggesting or thinking you'd have one that is your best option for expansion and one that is just a fix the Corn Palace problems.
Justin, can you answer that question? You look like you're eager to answer that question.
You're basically asking for a third schematic design.
Right.
Which, you know, I'm sure Robin would be happy to do if we increase the amount that we're going to be paying.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand what the two are.
So you got option A and then option B, essentially that would fall within the same budget. Does that sound right, Robin? Just a yes or no nod?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, so you could say, you know, just like a Chevy and a Ford truck, you know what I mean? Which one do you want? They're essentially going to get you the same thing. Here it is. Which one do you like better? Is that's right, Robin?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're asking for is you want to see a Dodge car, just to make it easy. I mean, that's just.
I think what Mr. Music is asking for is, he says, you already have a Chevy, and what's the cost to remodel your Chevy in the current
Right.
frame and body,
Rather than
but put a
Fix-
new engine in it?
Fix the problems that it has. And
Sorry to make. I'm a car salesman.
Yep,
In
okay.
the past, so sorry.
But I think that's the only thing that will pass a public vote. And so if we're either going to do nothing, or we're going to have that as an option, and that I think will pass. And I think it'll be, in the neighborhood of $5 or $6 million to do that back part and fix the problems. But
We also have the option to go out and find donors too, which I've had people address to me that they like to.
we talk about Sioux Falls, they got a donor for $117 million to build the Premier Center.
And we're
So,
Mitchell though.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Go find the donors. I've heard that for 20 years, but I've not seen any money. And if you're going to raise money, you need to raise money before you even start building the building. I've done that for 20 years at Wesley, and you have to have the money in the bank before you start the building. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Bruce, I'm going to make you go to the back because no cutting. Okay.
I just wanted to get out of the way.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm Dwight Stadler, Ward 4. First of all, I'm in total agreement with Mike Bathke on this thing. What's frightening to me is the timing of it. You got the lake project going, you haven't even figured out how to stop what's coming into the lake. There's that piece of it. It was alluded to already, and I feel like I'm standing before the school board again on their high school and their gymnasiums. They're getting new gymnasiums built. You don't need more basketball courts or gym space for sports events. We're going to have more than we need for that. So I'm a little bit frustrated because 50 million here, 60 million there, and now we're talking 12 million or 15 million or whatever. And the only thing I can think of is I need to grab onto my wallet because I can see my property taxes going up like crazy or sales taxes increasing. And everybody in here is a taxpayer. And every time somebody talks about revenue sales and how we're going to get more revenue tax money for the state, grab your wallet because it ain't going to happen. I hearken back to the days when the lottery was supposed to bring in all this money to the state, and it was supposed to be the saving grace, and all the casinos and gambling was legalized. And so the question I have is did anybody's property taxes go down? No. Everybody's property taxes have gone up, and they keep going up. It's a never-ending cycle. So for me, it's not so much that I'm opposed to expanding the Corn Palace or modernizing it or something like that. It's the timing of it because you already have commitments. The taxpayers have commitments that they're going to have to live up to, that the school board generated and that the city council generated. This should absolutely go to a public vote. And the public should be educated on what all it's about. It's not just a matter of it's here. What your decision does here impacts everybody sitting in this room and sitting in residents of Mitchell. So, hold off on this. You don't need this right now. It doesn't need to happen. Fix what needs to be fixed and get a handle on your spending habits. It just seems to me the spending habits are out of control. And so I think we need to think about what do we want to do for taxes? And that's how I see it happening. And I appreciate what you're saying about tourism and the tax revenue money that's coming in for that. But like I said, every time I hear that stuff, I grab my wallet because I know my taxes are going up somewhere down the line. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Can I just interject something real quick? Sorry to cut you off. So Stephanie said, the council can't just put things to vote. We can put financing to a vote to move it to a 10% debt capacity, but council can't just have people vote on if they want to expand the Corn Palace. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so, and if Stephanie was here, she could hopefully correct any of the numbers that I say incorrectly, but there is a debt capacity that we do have that we could use for this. There's also the chance that we could redirect current tax dollars that has very limited parameters on what we could spend it for. And the Corn Palace being our event center is one of those parameters that currently those projects are being completed. Those monies currently, to my understanding, don't have any designation at this point. And those are tourist dollars specifically associated with tourism taxes. And so in my mind, it's a very natural thing that the thing that helps draw in tourists would help pay for that in any capacity, whether it's the chairs or any of those kinds of things that, as we move forward with the Corn Palace, that would be something that I would look to do, not to make that a burden on the city taxpayer.
Okay, next.
Hello, my name's Chris Vine, Ward 4. I just have a quick question. I promise I won't be too spirited. With all this design work that that the city is planning, will it not need money towards planning of parking facilities at the same time? Because the whole matter, if we expand the Corn Palace, we need facilities for cars on the 3,000 end. And if we don't, we still need to improve the parking so that it's more accessible for people as is, just driving through town. Just coming to here today, I came to the meeting 20 minutes early and most of the parking was all taken up as is. Is that something that's going to be included with the plan that we get, or is that something that's going to have to be put up to a separate vote or anything?
No, we can have Robin come up and ask, or answer, I should say.
From the study we did earlier and the community that we talked with, we were told that there's parking out across the streets and we probably don't need to do additional parking, but we could easily identify parking in the area, what is available and how far out you'd have to park at. Like they average, or the code looks at one car with 4 people in it. So we'd take the occupancy load of the Corn Palace, we'd divide it out, come up with how many cars we have to have and how far they'd have to park. We could do that as part of our study. But we didn't include developing new parking lots. There had been discussion about some of the homes on the other side of Lawler and maybe expanding that way at some future date, but not part of the cost of remodeling the Corn Palace at this point. Did that answer that?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
Good evening, Tara Valesky. Haven't been here for a while. Nice to be here.
Welcome back.
Yes, nice to be back. Okay, now if I can remember what I was supposed to say, I'm getting older here. But just, I was just thinking about this when I was sitting here with Ms. Freeman, the lake. Okay, now you guys are going to bid that out, correct?
Yes. We can't get too much into the lake because we want to
Okay,
stay on topic.
well,
So just,
it-
I just want to
it
make sure we don't
ties
veer
to
off.
this.
Okay.
Okay, so you bid on the lake. It was what? We voted on it, 26 million, correct? And over 30 years, 50 with interest, right around there?
The loan was 16,800,000 roughly.
Okay. So now what happens when you bid the lake out and you go over the bid? And it's, instead of 16 million, it's 26 million or 30 million. Do you scrap it then?
There would be one of two options. They could either reject the bid.
Ask for more money, right?
Or ask for more money or reduce the project. But that doesn't have anything to do with the Corn Palace,
Or
Tara, so can we
donation. Okay, no. I'm tying this in with the
Okay.
Corn Palace.
tie it quickly?
So, okay, if that 16 million goes down and it's double the cost, could you say, okay, we're gonna use that 16 million for the Corn Palace?
No,
Why?
because it's already been voted on by the public to be used for that
Okay,
one certain thing.
but that means you will free up $16 million. That might change.
Of debt capacity. So that would have to all
on the
go into a
debt
separate vote.
capacity,
Exactly.
which
Yep.
means people, if you take it to a vote of the people, I would maybe wait until after you bid out the lake, because that might free up some money.
Okay,
That
so-
might change
To be
the
fair,
decision.
and I don't argue with you, but I'm going to be fair with you. So like, we won't know that, or when's that going to be biddable, Joe? This year or next year?
Next year.
So next year, which,
Oh, really? Okay.
Right.
Also on those seats, okay, with the architects
no,
here.
we're not talking about the seats. I don't, not.
No, right, but
We have to
if
stay
we
up-
vote on it, okay, the steepness of the chairs. If you're voting on the chairs tonight, and you put the chairs in, and then the people decide to vote for the $12 million expansion of the Corn Palace, well, one of the drawings was on the, what, north wall or south wall? I'm mixed up with my directions. Wouldn't you wait to put the seats in if this is voted in? Because then you'd have to take all the seats out.
Two
No,
different sets.
no, you wouldn't have, it's totally separate project. You wouldn't have to take the seats out.
Okay, I don't pay much attention, but
Come on.
whatever. But anyway, yeah, it would be great if we could get a big league donor, if we could get a big donor, but if we don't, yeah, right now, I think with everything going on, gosh, I mean, it sounds like a wonderful thing, but it is with the property taxes. I think I got to go on the side of the property taxes because mine skyrocketed again. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't want to cut anyone's time short, but this is the longest line I've ever seen. So in the essence of time,
I have a presentation that's probably
We're ready for your
20 minutes, but I'm not going to allow you to read it versus me tell you.
your presentation's 20 minutes.
If I read it all, it
Okay.
probably would be, but I'm not going to. But there's a couple main points. Number one, the Development Committee hired Dr. Brown in 2012 to figure out how to improve the Mitchell economy. And he told us exactly what to do, and it was a very good study. The Development Corporation changed its mission statement, improve the economic base of Mitchell area through the creation of new jobs involving production or distribution of goods and services that are export primarily outside of the trade area. And that's been the mission statement of the Development Corporation, I think, since Dr. Brown did the study. I'd recommend that every time you guys do Pledge Allegiance, you read that, what he said we should do, because we're not doing it. He didn't say we should be a bigger tourist community. He said we should get good paying jobs that are part of the export industry. We also, in about the same time frame, did a lot of work to get the Intelligent Community Forum. And I kind of forced that on Mitchell because I thought it would be good to educate the population of Mitchell about what was going on in Mitchell and what was important. We spent 3 years doing that with 25 different people from the city, the chamber, the Development Corporation, MTI, DWU, the police department, the fire department, Innovative Systems. And we won 3 awards. The first couple years we got in the top 21. The third year we were in the top 7. And it was because of the great things we were doing in Mitchell. And it had nothing to do with tourists. A bunch of people went up to Toronto and presented our presentation and took questions and so forth from the group that was there. And this is a worldwide group. I mean, one of the other cities that were in the top 7 was Rio de Janeiro. We were the smallest city ever to get the award. And the whole purpose of that was to educate the population of Mitchell of what great things are happening and what is important to the future of Mitchell. And it wasn't tourism. Tourism, people come to Mitchell because we're on I-90, and that's never going to change. People that drive down I-90, if they're tired when they get to Mitchell, they may take a break and go to the Corn Palace, or they may go to Ruby Tuesdays and buy lunch, or if they're tired, they're going to go to the motel. But they didn't drive down I-90 so they could go to the Corn Palace, and that's not going to change. And I love the Corn Palace. I think it's a great icon for Mitchell, but to think it drives our economics is totally false. I can guarantee you in my companies, our payroll in 1 month was higher than all of your tourist revenue. for Mitchell. And there's 3, 4, 5 companies in Mitchell like that today, that they have hundreds of employees that they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars each. That's what drives your economy. And we hired a professional to tell us that. He's, I think at the time, considered the best economist in South Dakota. He was the South Dakota economist. And he told us what to do. And we just need to be focused. We need to do what's important for Mitchell, not makes our ego better or makes it look better in Mitchell. And as somebody pointed out, we have 2 new facilities in the last few years. One at DWU that has 3 basketball courts, and one at the high school that has 3 basketball courts in one room and 2 in another room. If we have events that want to come to Mitchell that need floor space, the Corn Pellets director should be working with them and arranging the event to go to their place. We don't need to build another place to have a third place to have that event. And I have a proposal in here, which is pretty much what I said earlier, that is, what should we do? Well, I think the number one thing is to get a proposal, figure out if people want to increase the size of the corn pellets. And I probably agree with Stephanie. She's a lot more of an expert in law than I am for the city. But I'm sure you can have a public input, and you can all be there and listen to what the public says. And there can be a discussion of the pros and cons. And if you want, you can have a vote. Doesn't mean it has to be a binding vote, but I'm sure you can have any vote you want to have. And that can be a recommendation for you to what you should do. But I think the last thing you want to do is something that 2/3 of the people or higher are going to say that was terrible, and we're going to vote it down. If we're going to vote it down, let's do it sooner, not later. I'm sure Robin's getting very tired of drawing buildings that never get built. And I sympathize with him, I really do. We all, as an engineer, you like to design something and then see it through to completion. So let's give him the public input so that we can tell him what we want and are willing to pay for, and then let him design that for the city of Mitchell. So when you read my documentation here, if you have any questions, you can shoot me a text or an email, and I'll be happy to answer. But I'm going to quit now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Stuart Hansen. I just had a couple quick things I wanted to say. I keep hearing some of the council members saying that they don't really know what the community wants, but I don't. In the study, the 2040 survey, people said that the Corn Palace didn't matter to them. It finished last. Also, in that same survey, 500 high school students were surveyed, and the Corn Palace or tourism finished tied for second to last. So that says that the people, that they know what the people want in this community, and the Corn Palace isn't one of them. Another thing I'd like to say is Robin talked about Sioux Falls and their event center, and that they have never looked back. But Sioux Falls is growing like crazy, and we're not, because we're paying $1,000 to get people to move here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Mike Lauritsen, your number 1 tenant at the Corn Palace.
That's a good intro.
I would offer a different perspective. I would support this project. It's an opportunity to bring more people into our community, which generates revenue for our businesses. Obviously, that's important for us. I looked at these things that I remember happening or being talked about 20 years ago when I left Mitchell. And the lake was one of those things, and the Corn Palace was one of those things. And in November, the voters decided to clean up the lake. I was very happy about that. I was a kid that swam in that lake. I had a lot of fun on the lake, and the town decided it was time to improve the lake. We've heard the same thing about the Corn Palace. We've been kicking around ideas for a long time. I'd like to see you guys make a decision to move forward on this. It's something that, as leaders, you guys should be bold and do important things to improve our community. I know our community has momentum right now. That's a word I hear often, and I think this is something that will help carry that momentum, just like cleaning up the lake. When we were out there visiting with the voters, one of the things we heard quite often was If we vote yes on the lake, we can't do any new projects, including the Corn Palace. And less than a year later, we're here looking at another new project. And I know the city will be paying off additional projects in the next few years, and you guys will have new stuff in front of you to improve our community. And so I would urge you to move forward with this project, as I think it's an improvement to our community.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, council and mayor. My name is Johanna, and I am here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. I am also going to offer a different perspective. I think tourism is essential to the economy of Mitchell. Tourism is actually the second largest economic driver in South Dakota under agriculture. So tourism is extremely important, and we are extremely lucky to have the Corn Palace. It really sets us apart from other municipalities in the state and along the I-90 corridor. And it also gives us name recognition, which is free marketing. And name recognition is one of the most powerful marketing tools that exists. And I'm somebody who works in marketing, and I can say that. So when I moved here from Tennessee, we would tell people that we were moving to Mitchell, South Dakota, and they would, always say, that's the home of the world's only Corn Palace. So that's something that's really unique and cool about Mitchell, that we have that name recognition that a lot of other places don't have. And I truly believe we need to grow and expand the Corn Palace with our growing and expanding town. I mean, that's a goal for all of us, to grow and expand Mitchell. I think we need to grow and expand the Corn Palace as well. We do not want it to become a tourist trap. We want it to keep it updated and fresh to attract new visitors. And I also wanted to point out, I've shared this data with you guys before, but in 2023, Davison County was the second largest county in visitor spending for Southeast South Dakota. And I think that's due to having the Corn Palace here and drawing visitors in and then spending money in Mitchell. And so I think it's really important. And with this expansion, we can host larger events, including sports events, conferences, and different trade shows, which we have not been able to have in Mitchell. And larger events bring more people to Mitchell who spend their money in our community, which is how we get those tax dollars. So with that, I would urge you to keep moving forward with the Corn Palace expansion project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jeff Logan, and I'd like to speak to the issue. We've heard throughout this discussion a lot of information that is misinterpreted and misapplied, and I'd like to refute a few of those things. Tonight we heard 20-1, the citizens are opposed to expanding the Corn Palace. The problem is just the same one the pollsters have. We poll those around us, and our friends agree with us. And I'm sure that my friends have my opinions, and I'm sure if I sit down with 21 friends, I can get 20 of them to agree with me and maybe only one who disagrees with me by the end of the conversation. It has been said that we have a lot of other facilities for basketball, and we do. And I've been to the courts. My grandson plays basketball out there. There is basically no room for spectators other than parents and maybe a few grandparents. You have a single row of folding chairs from a church basement that are lining the walls. There is no real facilities for spectators. So to say that we have other facilities, we really don't. And every other facility, the other basketball courts, the PAC, all of those have a single purpose, and they're wonderful at what they do, but they don't have the multi-purpose and answer all the needs that the Corn Palace can answer. Unfortunately, it's throughout this discussion, it's become an either or, and that's really sad. It is not Corn Palace versus the child care problem, and we do have a child care problem. I agree with Roger on that. We have 500 kids that we can take care of with child care in Mitchell now. But we have about 1,500 kids in that age group. So we have 1,000 kids in there. But of those thousands, we don't know how many the parents want to homeschool, the mother or father want to stay home, they have grandparents taking care of them, they don't want to put them in an institution. So we don't really have those figures either. Now, we do need more, but how do we do it? There's a gap between what people can afford to pay and what it costs. So, but what we have not heard is a plan. What we hear is, don't spend any money on the lake. Don't spend any money on the Corn Palace because we need it for childcare. I agree we need it for childcare, but we don't have a plan. If the council and the mayor want to tackle that problem, and it is a problem, then get the stakeholders, get the experts together, get the superintendent, Dr. Childs here, get people who are in the child care business, get parents who want child care or are experiencing or not experiencing it. Get the experts together, form a task force, figure out what the idea is. 3 towns have been mentioned that they've done it in South Dakota: Aberdeen, Rapid City, and Brookings. Aberdeen is twice our size, little different economic structure. Rapid City is 6 times our size, more income, different economic structure. Brookings is about half again bigger than Mitchell, but you know, the city of Brookings owns the electric company, the water company, the phone company, the internet cable company, and the municipal liquor store. Liquor store itself could probably support most of everything in there in that town. But, so they have income streams that we don't have. The 2040 planning survey has been brought up. So anyway, we need to study that. But that 2040 planning survey, and it's been said that the Corn Palace was at the end. Well, it was about 6%. But what I would tell you is interesting that the opponents would bring it up because childcare didn't even make the list. Isn't on there at all. So what this means is that this was a generalized survey. You really can't apply it to the Corn Palace. Do we need it? Does it need improvements? Or childcare. It's just, it was too general, too generic to be of any use to us for this purpose. Good survey, not for this purpose. Misapplication of some good information. And then as far as asking high school students, they don't have an idea on the economy of the big picture. I mean, that's, I'm sorry, but I'll discount any survey of high school students because of their limited experience, especially in the broader economy in Mitchell. The City Event Center has been brought up that the voters voted it down in 2007. Again, an analogy that is not applicable to this situation. The event center was a separate facility. People voted against maintaining 2 facilities. Also, the event center would have cost a lot of money that was unbudgeted. It would have raised taxes. This will not, as has been brought up, and I wish Stephanie were here. In working on the chamber and the city council or the Chamber of Commerce for the last 20 years, we were always at the limit of our bonding authority. As it's coming up now, all those bonds from earlier projects, street improvement, all that, are dropping off. So without any increase in the city expenditure or change, we can take on new bonds to replace those bonds that are dropping off. So this really is affordable, and the vote on the event center doesn't mean anything because that would have raised taxes. We did not have bonding authority at that time. We were at our limit. The opponents say that we haven't filled the palace since the days of Mike Miller. Well, that's for basketball games, but we do other events in there. And I will say that having served on the Corn Palace Committee for about a decade back in the 1980s, that's for 40 years, we have, those who have worked with it have felt the need for more seats, more event square footage on the main floor for a lot of improvements. So the records show differently, and as far as the shows, the Corn Palace shows, I think as the mayor proved with the Scotty McCreary show, when it's properly advertised, we almost filled the palace. And capacity of the palace varies with seating arrangements, and if you have seats on the basketball court, if you don't, sight lines where you put them, if you knock off some others. So seating capacity is flexible, and but I will say that in the past 10 years, maybe more, I do not believe the Corn Palace has advertised to industry standards of what it takes to advertise to put over a new show, a one-time event show. So we need to do that. We used to have a mailing list in the days of snail mail when it went out. We don't have mailing lists now. We don't have email lists. We don't have them specific to the country fans, the classic rock and roll fans, the whomever. These are marketing things that we should be doing and we haven't been doing. So I think that in every event, we do need more seats. We felt this for 40 years firsthand, and I really don't have a dog in this fight other than as a private citizen, but with my experience of having directly worked on this problem. We've heard tonight that the Corn Palace is not a moneymaker. Again, properly run, properly booked, properly advertised, it can make money. The other thing we have to look at is that the Corn Palace serves two functions. The Corn Palace is Mitchell's Mount Rushmore. People come to see the palace. They come off the highway. The other thing, it's an event center. For too many years, up until recently, the cost of decorating the palace, the corn murals, which is a big cost, were charged against the palace and were charged against the concerts. They have nothing to do with the concerts. The corn murals are our Mount Rushmore. That's what brings the tourists to town. The concerts are a whole different thing. The concessions, when the Chamber of Commerce ran the concessions, it was profitable every year. City took it over. It's been, I think, usually a loss or a break even every year. So I think, again, with proper management and really watching it, professional approach, it can be done. I continually hear the study by USD economics professor, Dr. Ralph Brown. Well, I downloaded that survey. It's 15 years old. A couple of things are interesting about it. Number one, he barely talks about tourism. But really, in South Dakota, Mitchell, Rapid City, we're some of the few towns that have a big tourism impact. So he discounted tourism, really wasn't looking at it. But what tourism is exactly what Dr. Brown wants. He talks about export economy or export dollars, or call it new dollars in the town. That's what tourism is for Mitchell. A dollar circulates when we go out to dinner, we spend some money, circulates about 7 times in town. But when we get new money in town from tourists, that's new money that now we get to do, and it helps fund our economy. There isn't a town in South Dakota who wouldn't give their left arm to have a corn palace. And I can tell you that by working with other towns through the chamber, that they're jealous of the corn palace. And it's been said that it doesn't increase anything. What does a town want? The mayor wants to grow 20,000 population. I agree with that. So what does a corn palace bring to us? Mitchell has 1,100 motel rooms, and that's even with the recent fluctuations. We lost the Holiday Inn Ramada, we've gained My Place and some other ones. Mitchell has 1,100 motel rooms. Huron, right up the road, same size, 219 motel rooms. Fairmont, Minnesota, 152 motel rooms. Worthington, Minnesota, also on I-90, 303 motel rooms. You can't tell me that we don't have more motels, more income, more fresh money coming into the town. What do you look when we recruit those 20,000 people we want to get? Amenities in the town. You look at restaurants, entertainment, opportunities, and so forth. Mitchell has 62 restaurants, according to the Chamber of Commerce. Huron, 37 restaurants, half as many. Worthington, Minnesota, 27 restaurants. Fairmont, Minnesota, 33 restaurants. We double them. So we have more opportunities in Mitchell because of the tourism, because of Corn Palace, and that's jobs and money that is circulating around. Without the Corn Palace, Mitchell would just be another Worthington or Fairmont. You'd never stop. If you need gas, great, and you're on. No one visits, no one has a reason to go there. The other thing we have to look at is that Mitchell's cultural assets, the prehistoric Indian village, the Dakota Discovery Museum, which has Harvey Dunn and James Earl Fraser originals in there. Without a Corn Palace, they won't have the numbers, and they would probably fold. They would suffer greatly. So Dr. Brown's study, the other thing about it, it was interesting that Dr. Brown compared Mitchell to Huron. Now, this is post the big meatpacking plant closing that lost 850 jobs up there. Came out after that, after the turkey plant had opened. So those jobs in Huron that again, it's a false comparison. Those are not the high-educated, high-paid jobs that they have there. They're new immigrants. They're working in the plant. These are good people. I like them. They're hardworking. They're honest. They have great family values. But that family values is part of the problem. They scrimp and save and double up on apartments and so forth, and then they wire as much money as they can back to the old country to support the family. That's wonderful, good for them, but does nothing for the local economy, or very little. The other thing is a lot of their shopping is done in the ethnic markets that other people from their communities have opened. So the greater economy of Huron, it helps some, but not the extent that Dr. Brown would have us believe. So that 15-year-old study really is irrelevant to what we're looking at today. I've even heard criticisms of the Corn Palace Plaza. The Corn Palace Plaza serves two purposes. The important one is for the people of Mitchell. It makes our First Fridays more doable. It makes the pre-Sturgis rally. Even Mitchell Tech has used it for their introduction to Mitchell and used that plaza. So the plaza is good for the tourists. It's a better setting for the Corn Palace, but it's also of use to the citizens of Mitchell. I've heard the thing that a comparison to a playground. We're not building a playground up there. A school playground costs very little because you buy some toys, some playground equipment, and you put it on a soft ground, whatever the insurance company makes you put down, sand or loose round gravel, whatever it is, so a kid doesn't fall and break their arm. But that's not what the plaza is. It has misters, it's designed with a water feature, it's designed for shade, because right now the bandstand is very difficult for the performers because of the sun. So there's a lot of things going into that, plumbing and wiring and everything else. We're not building a simple playground. We're making this plaza to serve people with electricity, to serve the people of Mitchell, and help our tourism. Now, we've heard tonight that we only need to maintain the plaza, or the Corn Palace. You know, we can't be stagnant. We're talking about a building built in 1922. That's over 100 years old. No business can survive the same way. I used to be able to serve Mitchell with 2 single-screen theaters. Now you got to have 5. We even have 2 buildings next door to expand, add 2 more screens if need be, and the new owners will be doing that as the need comes along. But if you look at the example too, in the 1960s we had 2 hardware stores in Mitchell, Thunes and Leader Hardware. They each were in a building 25 foot wide by 100 feet deep, 2,500 square feet, that's all. Today, we have the new Thunes building and we have the Ace Hardware building. Those buildings are between 10,000 and 20,000 square feet each. Every business has to expand, it has to improve. If we have a tired, stagnant Corn Palace, the tourists aren't going to come, the locals won't come, we won't get the events here. So we have seen that the Corn Palace, to say that it loses money, first, the decorating is an investment in the town. It's our Mount Rushmore. The events can make money if they're properly run. We do have the funding because of the bonding authority. The rodeo problem can be taken care of, again, with the retractable seats. Using part of them, you can still set up tables. You can get your premium spots or do tables up on second level, however you do it. It can be worked because it's flexible. We do have parking. It's not obviously available. It's a problem I used to have at the State Theater. I drew maps and had in the front poster cases. We've got 2 lots, the old, what I'm old enough to call it the disco seed lot, but between Lawler and Kimball and Main and Lawler, we have the ones on the other side, on the west side. We do have, and the city council bought them about 20 years ago with our second penny sales tax, city sales tax, and we do have the parking now. It just isn't right in front or right behind. You kind of got to know the town and know where it is. So at any rate, you know, 100 years ago, our leaders were pretty aggressive and they had vision to do something good for Mitchell and grow it. It was really an economic development tool. It still is. I would hate to think that today we are suddenly getting conservative and going back in the cave and not upholding the gift and the tradition that they gave us. So as far as handling childcare, I think it's a worthy thing, but set up a task force to come up with a solution. That's a complex problem. You got preschool daycare, or daycare for infants, you've got preschool for toddlers, and you have after-school daycare. Well, to serve those somewhere around 1,000 kids or less, depending on the parents, it's going to take. We need to have, before anything could be done, get the commitments from the employers. If those employers, see what employers will contribute, a third.
Not to cut you off, but we're here to talk about the Corn Palace. Let's.
Yep. But that's
childcare is a whole separate thing. So
that's a separate problem that needs to be handled in a different way and not kill a Corn Palace project or oppose every project willy-nilly that's come along, like the lake and now the Corn Palace. Solve that problem separately. It can be done, but with some real study that we haven't heard. Thank you.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was well prepared.
Very well prepared. Gosh, I don't know if I want to speak now.
All right, no repeating.
Okay, this is going to lead, Tara Valesky, this is going to lead up to the Corn Palace again, okay?
Don't make the
I'm
lead
from
time too
Oberge,
long.
South Dakota. Have you ever heard of the Oscar Howe Auditorium?
Yes.
Isn't that beautiful? Okay, so Oscar Howe, famous Native American artists painted these beautiful murals in the auditorium that I played basketball in. They'd pack it every game. Well, we were pretty good. But not only that, Main Street was packed of people. The bars were bustling before the games, between games, and restaurants. Some of the stores were open. Well, guess what happened? Mobridge decides to build a new high school with a gymnasium. They scheduled the rest of the games, all the varsity games, all the games in their gymnasium. Well, gymnasiums are nice, but have you ever seen the Oscar Howe? Or have you ever seen the Palace? Now, I walked by Bradley's tonight, walking over here, it was packed. Why? There's a ball game. Well, you guys are packed anyway, but they'll be packed between games and whatever in the other bars, and there'll be more restaurants downtown. Moving those games to the high school are going to really hurt Main Street. So is there anybody from the school board or the high school here tonight? Because I'd like to find out if they're really moving to.
That's not something we can figure out
Well,
tonight.
We're not talking about that tonight. Let's talk about the Corn Palace.
okay, well, that'll make a difference whether this passes or not, but yeah. But I'd like to see the games at the Corn Palace, so anyway, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Council, Mayor, I'm Drake Gamlin. I was coming up tonight, I've heard a lot about, we can't put this to a vote because the people don't know what they want. How about we put it to a vote to see whether the people want to pay this $80-some thousand? Is that something we can put to a vote?
It's something that people could refer.
So what he's saying is if the council passes it, then the people could take out a petition and then refer it to a vote, and then it would go on a vote.
Perfect. And how many signatures does that take?
That will take some.
Probably around 500.
Oh, easy enough. That's all.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Phil Lee. I own TK Electric. Last time I was up here, I think we were discussing flooding. I just want to make sure everyone didn't forget about that. You know, I'm still very concerned about my area. I don't know if you guys have done any studies for that area, but it's on my radar, I guess.
We have been working on that, yes.
Perfect.
And not to cut you off, I don't want to be rude or anything,
No,
but
you're good.
we're just talking about the Corn Palace.
Yeah.
So if you're going to lead into it.
I was kind of.
I figured, I was just making sure.
Just making sure. If we're going to spend $12 million on the Corn Palace, and I know you're voting tonight to do the study and whatever, but we need to fix other stuff in town. There's other facilities in town that need fixing. There's other things besides just the Corn Palace. I'm all for the Corn Palace. I think that would be great. But if you set a stage up in there, you're gonna, how much seating do you lose? And I know you said about doing it in the center, which, great, but your stage is 40, 50 foot wide or something on one end of that gym. You lose all that seating, and I know you can put seating on the floor too, but I'm just bringing it up, so I guess that's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to catch before Roger comes up here. Justin, can you tell me, when we voted on the lake, did we vote on a plan or a concept?
When we voted on the lake, we were submitting a loan application. The loan application included the plan details. So.
But we don't actually have.
You were voting on the funding mechanism.
Right. Now, what I'm saying is we don't actually have a plan for the lake until it's drained.
Well.
Because we don't know what's down there. We have a guesstimate from some soil bores they took, but correct me if I'm wrong, that's what we're going to do, Joe. Once the lake's drained, then we will give an assessment of actually what's there.
So there was a preliminary study that was done by BAR that was required before the SRF application. So that study was required during our SRF application. I believe the bonds for the SRF application was what was voted on, the 16 million, whatever that was.
Back off of, there was just a quick question on what would happen to the seating. How many seats would we lose if we put a stage on the floor? We didn't calculate any seating on the floor at all, so you could put a stage on the floor and probably gain another 500 seats.
Quick comment on the parking. The last time we voted on the event center on the bypass, the city's major justification, or one of the justifications for moving it to the bypass, was because it was too expensive to buy parking around the Corn Palace. I mean, that was part of the city's study, was saying it was too expensive to buy parking. And if you have to buy a couple square blocks of parking, that's probably a 20-year process, because you got to buy those one house at a time pretty much as the people want to sell them and so forth. So that's not easy to fix.
Thank you.
Bruce Treble. On the Corn Palace, why are we expanding it? Because the way I see it, what we got now, we do not fill. The last 10 to 15 years, I've gone to the Corn Palace concerts, and you guys bring in good performers. I think it's a good show, and the Corn Palace is half full.
And not to cut you up, I think to answer your question is, one, is the seats were terrible and uncomfortable, which I think we solved tonight.
Yes.
And two, is what Jeff Logan said were maybe not the best promotion. And then I would guess that the argument at the table would be people are going to come to a nicer facility.
I'm going to make a quick motion to call the question, and let's close discussion and go down to a vote.
Okay.
I need a second on that.
Second. Can I add one thing real quick?
No, technically you can't. So what he did.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'm sorry, but technically what happened for everyone that's at home is he called the question, which
Okay.
would mean that discussion will end and we'll have to vote on it immediately. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, I heard that we got a second, so
Yep.
you need to
Okay.
vote on that motion, and it does take 2/3 to pass.
Is that a roll call?
Doesn't have to be.
Okay.
If there's-
Let's do a roll call anyway.
There you go.
And just to be clear,
I'm calling the question.
So we have a motion and a second on a call to question, and we're going to go to a roll call to immediately vote on this.
What's the question?
So there's a,
Discussion's done.
The original motion that was on the table was to approve the agreement, the $84,000
Yes.
schematic design
yeah.
contract.
And just for everyone at home and in the audience, what happened is now a call to question essentially means by procedure that there's no more discussion, whether it's counselor or audience, and we are just going to go ahead and vote on it just to end discussion.
just to be clear, we're voting on the calling of the
Yeah, we're
questions.
voting on
Right.
calling the question.
Yep.
Yes, I know. I'm just explaining to people what's happening, because I had no idea
So there'll
the
be
first time I saw this happen.
two votes.
Two votes.
First one on whether or not we're going to allow this discussion to continue. The second vote would be if the first vote passes, an immediate vote on the action on the table.
That is correct. Okay, roll call.
McCardle.
Yes.
Barrington.
Aye.
Bathke. Charts.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Sabers. Goldammer.
Aye.
Okay, that motion is passed, so now we will go to an immediate vote on the motion, which was previous, you might have to refresh me on that, basically to approve.
Approve the $84,000.
To approve the
schematic
84,000.
design
So now the
contract.
motion that we are going to be voting on is to,
And
Vote
the
on that.
motion was made by Charks and seconded by Sabers to earlier.
to approve the contract as provided. I don't think that we can do that because it's been called to question. We have to vote immediately.
Yeah, at this point, you need to vote on the motion as it was.
Yep. And we're going to do a roll call on this one, too.
Sabers.
Aye.
Goldammer.
Nay.
McCardle.
Aye.
Barrington.
Aye.
Bathke. Charts.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
So that vote passes 5-2 to go ahead with the design contract. And that's it. So we're moving on. Okay. Action to award Hitchcock Park Pickleball Courts Project 2023-14.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Mr. Schrader, sorry.
Bids were opened on February 11th in City Hall at 2 p.m. 7 bids were received. I'll go through the explanation of the bids because there were multiple alternates. The base bid was for removals, drainage, and site work. Bid schedule 1A was for 6-inch concrete surfacing with number 4 rebar, 2 foot on center. Bid schedule 1B was for 6-inch post-tension concrete surfacing, so you would compare 1A versus 1B. Bid Schedule 2A was for vinyl chain link fencing. Bid Schedule 2B was for galvanized chain link fencing. And bid Schedule 3 is site lighting. The low bid for that day was read by Rex Winkle Concrete. They did not bid post-tension concrete, so their low bid was for so I guess I should mention, it was low bid for 6-inch concrete with rebar, the vinyl fencing, which was more expensive than galvanized, but staff made the decision to choose vinyl, and the lighting. So all of that together equals $399,001.10. With this bid, we still need an additional $80,000 to give us a $50,000 contingency. That bid combination came in $36,500 under budget approximately. With that, staff is recommending awarding the bid to Rex Winkle Concrete as described above. And again, that would be for 6-inch concrete surfacing with number 4 rebar, 2-foot on center, vinyl chain link fencing, along with lighting for the project. This would construct 6 pickleball courts located south on the Hitchcock Park property. And with that, I can answer any questions you may have, and Jeff McCormick is also here with SPN.
I move to approve Rex Winkle's bid.
We got a motion to approve by McCardle, second by Mrs. Starks, to approve Rex Winkle's bid. Further discussion?
Just want to clarify quick that that's with the schedules recommended by staff.
Correct.
Justin, can I get you to pull the tennis court pictures up, please?
Oh, yep.
The reason I'm having him do that is I'm in favor of doing the post-tension for multiple reasons, and I'd like Jeff, if he would come up and explain, so I don't, or Joe, so I don't say anything wrong. I understand post-tension. I actually own a business, but I do that. So I totally understand it. Been in the concrete business for almost 40 years now. So the engineer's estimate for post-tension was $613,000. We're 25% under that if we do it. And it cost us, I don't know what the difference is, it's $64,000 to go with a better product. And if you see the tennis courts, they are not post-tension.
Can you scroll through those pictures, Justin, for everyone?
And I don't want to misspeak, so I really would like, if Jeff knows about post-tension, he would. Otherwise, I'll explain what I know about it is, basically, you're compressing that concrete together with cables. I know Mr. Exwinkle doesn't bid that, and that's unfortunate. He's actually a really good friend of mine. But there's a reason that Brookings, Watertown, Sioux Falls, Rapid City, Huron all did it. It lasts longer, up to 50% longer, the research I've done. It's not biased. I'm a pickleball player, but I have no skin in this game with these gentlemen here. I want to give the city and the pickleball players the best product we can that's going to last the longest. So we're not back to this here. There's a really good chance, and I don't want to speak to it too much, but those tennis courts are in really bad shape. Mr. Sabres, even we talked about it today, they're in really bad shape. Will this stop it? No, but when you have 25, 30 below temperatures, you're creating that massive concrete that sustains that a little better. And I guess I'm really in favor of the post-tension. I wish that one of these gentlemen would explain it better. And I have one question. Did we do soil bores?
We did not do soil boring.
Why not?
For this location. The design was done so that the pickleball courts were brought up with under drain. So water that was in that area would be drained out of that area.
And to further, I tend to agree with, I don't know much about post-tensioning, but I will say that I did go look at these tennis courts and they're in rough shape. And we're even going to talk about it tonight. And it's $783,000, I think, just to do the, yeah. And that doesn't include tear out, I think. So, I mean, if we could spend $60,000 extra to avoid $780,000 in the future, I think it's worth looking at. But I don't know anything. I don't know much about post-tensioning, so.
I will also say, if you look at the bids, the two low post-tension bids on a $500,000 project almost, they're $100 apart. So, I mean, they're in the game. And like I said, we're 25, almost 25%, just short of it, 24 point something, I believe, under the engineer's estimate.
You want to design the pickleball court?
No, I don't.
Apparently we have an expert here.
I did a post-tension project in the past, so I know a little tiny bit about it. The only problems with post-tension, I think, is that you can't drill a hole in it later. If you get one of those cables, they can spring through the concrete and do damage.
But there's also a positive to post-tension is,
absolutely.
if you get a crack in it that shows, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just going by what I know, you can come back in there and chisel out the side of the concrete, grab that cable again, and put even more pressure on it to hold it from separating.
I'm not aware of that, but I know that post-tensioning is, they'll run the cables through, they're not necessarily straight, which is really interesting, and they tension them up like phenomenal amount of tension in those. Yep. So if that cable, it's the only negative, because what it really is compressing your concrete, so it will hold up better. But if somebody, for some reason, tried to drill a hole in it, you want to put a new stanchion in for pickleball, and you decide, let's just drill that, and you hit one of those cables, it can come up and cut somebody in half. So you just, once you have post-tension floor slab of any kind, you just want to don't be drilling it. Otherwise, nice solution, as far as cracking and everything else and performance. That's what I know. I think I know.
How do you demolish it in the future then? Well, I mean, it just caught a cable and it just does it itself?
Do you know? I think they're tensioned up from the end, so I think you could untension the
Okay,
end,
got it.
so.
That's just curiosity. Yep.
So before Jacob starts, I would just like to say everything that Councilman Bathke is saying is correct. You're not going to stop concrete from cracking. So what post-tensioning does is it holds that tight, or it holds that crack tighter. Now in this situation, look at your driveway. If you know where your driveway is cracked, sometimes things crack because of improper joints. Like when we design a road, if we put our joints in the right spot and the depth, the thickness is correct, you should, where you have your saw cut, it is cracked all the way through the bottom because that's what it's designed to do. Then you have your rebar in there so that it doesn't deflect up and down. Mr. Sonny did some research, which he's going to talk about here in a little bit, to talk about the lifespan of post-tension versus the cost. So I'll let him speak to that. But yeah, I do definitely agree that post-tension holds that tight cracker, or holds that crack tighter. But if it is done correctly, you should see very minimal cracking outside of where the saw cuts are anyway.
Thanks, Joe, and thanks, Council. My name is Jacob Sonny. I'm with SPN Associates. I'm the engineer of record on the project. Got a little information regarding post-tensioning. So if you're not aware, and Mr. Bathke alluded to this a little bit, it's a technique where you take high-strength steel tendons and you tension those after the concrete's cured. That pulls that concrete together. Concrete is stronger in compression than it is in tension. In fact, it's about 10% of the strength of the concrete in tension, so 10 times weaker, essentially. So by using those tendons, pulls that concrete together, minimizes cracking. Not only that, doesn't allow the cracks to vertically deflect. So that's the benefit of post-tensioning. As far as the application, it's typically used in long span floors, reduces the number of joints needed. That's got application to pickleball courts. You don't want to have a bunch of contraction joints cut throughout the playing surface. It's just one less thing to trip or scrape on. It leaves a more consistent surface. Again, it's used for larger spans with fewer joints, helps minimize cracking. The concrete depth could also be reduced with that section by doing the post-tensioning. Some disadvantages. Cost, of course, it's an increased cost. Another issue, and like Robin alluded to, is the tension cable location needs to be considered as far as any sort of repair. So if you cut through that, it has been known to violently blow apart if you cut that tension unknowingly. So the city staff is going to need to be aware if that option is selected. Tension cable location needs to be considered when completing alterations, cutting, patching, things of that nature. Post-tensioning lifespan. So, Mr. Bathke, I'm not sure where you got your information from as far as extending the life. I didn't search too long on this, but from what I could find is conventional reinforced concrete. So the number 4 rebar, 2 foot on center, would have approximately a 20-year lifespan. Post-tension, from my research, is 25 years plus. That information comes from a company called Pickle Tile, and they are pickleball court builders. So when you compare the difference in cost, which was $67,272.80, compare that to the $88,000 base price for the 24-inch on center concrete, 6-inch concrete, that's a 76% cost increase for a 25% increase in useful life. Now, of course, that's just based on this information here. Could it exceed 25 years? Absolutely. The other thing is, do you have a better product at the end of the day? Yes, if you are holding those cracks tighter, you will have a better playing surface over the course of that useful life. But based on purely that number, it appears that your costs would exceed the benefit of the useful life of going with the post-tension product.
To answer your question quick, where I got my information from, it was from the gentleman that engineered the workings in Watertown Courts, CDI.
Okay, thank you.
It was an engineer that was actually on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Really, I mean, you're.
Can you just say your name?
Jeff McCormick with SPN. You're gambling on the risk of what you're gonna do here. Obviously, if we spend the more money for the post-tension, you reduce that risk of those cracks. It's not to say that they still aren't gonna be there. Still doesn't mean there won't be a catastrophic one, but you're reducing that risk that comes with it. The other one maybe is more pliable to the budget. We're already gonna need additional funds with even that option. So it's, opportunity of what you're able to afford at this point. There's a reason we bid post-tension. It's a better product. There's no doubt in that. There's a chance of reducing that or increasing that life or reducing those cracks. Whether the dollar amount is worth that cost of budget, well, that's, I guess, to me, what you guys are going to have to try to decide. We also bid some in Aberdeen. They went with the conventional concrete. They did not do the post-tension. I will say that as far as what we did with design on this, we've got 20-some inches of granular material with base course or with drain tile underneath it to help keep the moisture out of it. Obviously, we're not going to have a loading issues. We're not driving on this, so the weight of anything on it is not going to cause it to crack. The only thing we're trying to fight is frost heave and moisture. So even doing that, I don't know what the original courts were designed, what their section was, how they have for drain tile underneath them or rock. But we did try to make that as beneficial as we can, and that's included in both of the options. And we don't even build streets to that depth of a section because it's not worth the cost benefit that goes with those either. So, any other questions?
What's your recommendation?
What did we vote on?
To me, the recommendation, I guess, when I'm looking at the fact that we're $80,000 over what the project budget is right now, is if you want the project to move forward with it, you probably need to go with the conventional concrete. But I don't know what all the purses are that you can pull out of for the project either.
Just out of curiosity, because I don't know the answer to this, do you ever choose a bidder and then have them choose a subcontractor to do an option or a schedule that they don't do? I mean, is that ever done in a project? If we said we really would like them to do that.
So I did ask Rex Winkle Concrete what it would take for them to do the post-tension. I did get a number that is under the bid limit for change orders, but it does make the budget tighter. I believe it was roughly $4.20 a square foot, which would be an additional $53,000 or $54,000 added on to the project, which is still less expensive than the low bid for post-tension. But again, that kind of puts us in a constraint with our maximum allowable change order for items that are not included as a unit price item.
Joe, are you comfortable with the way Rex Winkle is proposing it and what the project will be?
The way that SPN designed it and put it forward, yeah, my recommendation is in the staff report of 6-inch concrete with number 4 rebar, 2 foot on center.
And I mean, we would only be getting 5 more years, maybe, is that what they're saying?
That's estimated, but could be more than that.
Depends on the weather.
Right, and it's really hard to find any recommendation that sees anything outside of 25 or 30 years. You know, the original tennis courts, I don't know what's been done on them, but they're probably well over the 30 years by now.
I think they were built in the 70s, I believe.
28 years, 97.
97?
Okay. So, you know, you're just not going to find anything that's going to say that they're going to recommend something beyond that. I'm sure there's concrete pavements out there that are well beyond that, whether they're sidewalks or driveways at residential or even city streets in places.
So Stephanie, I'm guessing, has fallen asleep already because she's sick and she's been watching a city council meeting for 2.5 hours. But I feel like this is probably a portion where she would step in and recommend, you know, she talks frequently about supplemental appropriations and like going over budget and using contingencies, such early part of the year. Joe, where would we be sitting at with post-tensioning and non-post-tensioning, just to cover that contingency?
So I believe I'm requesting an additional 80,000, the way it sits now.
Correct.
If we were doing post-tensioning, I believe the difference is 67,000. So I would round up and ask for an additional 70.
I'll stick with my original motion.
Yeah, I always say the reason that we have
motion is second.
these people in the positions they're in is because we trust their ability to make recommendations, and we trust that they know more about it than we do. So I will second that. Did anyone else?
You already
Oh, I already did. I'm going to second it again.
Been so long,
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second and some council discussion. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to come and talk about this?
I think the
Before we-
pickleballers will be pickle pink if we just move forward.
Here he comes.
Hi. I know nothing about cement. Nothing about cement. We've just asked some people about it, and I respect your opinion because he knows way more than I do. But they didn't feel the $60,000, $70,000 was that much more putting it in. Now, maybe I can suggest you save the $65,000 and spend it on your corn palace study.
There you go.
Why didn't you say that earlier?
All I'm saying is I'd appreciate if we could get this project moving. We've waited almost 3 years. And people that have donated money to it, we've been sitting and holding it, and they're wondering what's going on, so I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Can I ask a question real quick, Joe? Can we decide to change order in later if everyone has a sudden change of heart?
Certainly, yep.
Okay. So it is an option in the future. That wouldn't slow the project down where we could vote on it tonight.
Correct. The completion date, I believe, is August 30th of 2025.
Yes. On or before. Go ahead.
I just would like to repeat, and I appreciate Jeff, Mr. Sonny's opinion. That's all I'm giving is an opinion, an educated opinion, though. And I've done my research. I'm totally on board building these pickleball courts. I have been since the beginning. But I'm going to vote no, because I do think we're getting a better product for just a little bit more money. And it's been proven. The problem with, it's hard, I can say it's proven because of what people have told me, but it hasn't been out there long enough to see if it's actually worth it. So I understand where the rest of you are coming from. I do. But there's a reason that all these other municipalities are doing it. In Aberdeen, I cannot figure out if it was a total cost deal. I did know that they did do that. It was totally a cost-based issue with them or what. But if we're doing it based on cost compared to quality, shame on us.
Is it too late to comment? No, we'll go for it.
So, I am Jacob Dami. I'm not a pickleball guy. I'm more of a tennis guy. I have played pickleball. I love the idea of let's move the project forward. I know that all the pickleball people want to have pickleball courts. I will tell you from a tennis perspective, before I was on their board, they went and built those 4 new tennis courts. They were not post-tensioned. That is something that our entire board regrets. There's an additional 5 years that they've talked about. That's what I found online too. You get an additional 5 years. However, because it was not post-tensioned, within the first 2 years, there were cracks that already appeared on those courts. Like they said, that you can't necessarily guarantee that the cracks aren't going to be there, but you have a higher likelihood that they're not. So just as an overall playability on there, if we're going to do it, I think it'd be better to do it right. But at the same time, I would not hold up the project timeline by any means by doing that. I would just, if it was my project, I would like to do that. So, thank you.
Okay, before we vote, one more quick thing. How long has post-tensioning been around? Like, when did they start using it?
I've been around for 40 years.
Okay. It's older than I thought. Not you, the post-tensioning. Yeah, you have something else to add?
So I agree about moving this project forward, and we can dig into a possible contingency item or however we want to word it after we get in front of Stephanie a little more and find out where are some of the numbers at. The biggest thing is the pickleballers have been waiting for this. So let's get step 1 going, and we'll take a look at step 2 to see if it's a feasible option financially for what we need to do. So.
And Stephanie did message me that we would have to do a supplement anyway. We would have to do a supplement anyway, so we would do a supplement, not contingency. And she had already anticipated 30,000 needed for an additional 30,000 for regular concrete. Just relaying that message. Yeah, because I think we're over budget no matter what, even if we do the lowest bid without post-tensioning.
Correct.
Okay. Any further discussion before we vote? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Where are we? Okay. Action, no, we're on 17. Action to award bid for Mitchell Airport revenue producing hangar. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council, bids were opened on February 5th in City Hall at 1:30 PM. 5 bids were received. I will walk through how this project was bid. This is probably even more complicated than the pickleball court. Bid Schedule A was the site work. Bid Schedule B is the hangar construction for 3 bays. Bid Schedule A1 is site work for an additional bay, so a total of 4. Bid Schedule B1 is that hangar construction for the 4th hangar. Then B2 is for hangar installation for the 3 and then the 1. Bid Schedule B4 is heater units for the 3 and then the 1. As our engineer on this project was Helms and Associates. As they reviewed the bids, they found that the low bid was non-responsive because the paperwork was not filled out properly. We put it on the agenda and recommending to the second bidder, which then when they looked at his paperwork, which he usually bids work like this, they found that his bid was non-responsive as well. So with that, we are recommending that these bids are rejected, and we will rebid as soon as possible.
Move to reject and rebid.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to reject the bid. Further discussion? Anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Should I wait? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, number 18, designate golf fund reserves for the following project. 50,000 towards future golf cart replacements and 250,000 towards golf course Phase 3 projects. Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Lakeview had an outstanding year in terms of use and related revenue. And thinking responsibly and with some foresight, we'd like the council to designate, as the dollars are listed there, $50,000 toward future golf cart purchases, could be 5, could be 7 years down the road, and $250,000 to go toward Phase 3 at some point.
So just to recap, you just want to designate it for the following future projects.
Correct.
Saving up money for your projects.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Sabers, second by Mr. Goldhammer. Further discussion?
Kevin, has there been any discussion about rates moving forward for next season, coming off a great season? Just curious.
The board did approve some nominal rate increases back a couple of months ago.
Okay, anyone in the audience like to discuss this? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, next one is discussion on unbudgeted requests, and if Stephanie is still watching, which I think she is, just text me at any time. So there's these.
Can we table this until she's here?
We can, yep, she said that's fine, so.
I move to table until she's here because she's the expert with numbers.
Okay,
Second.
we got a motion, by Mr. McCardle, and second by Mr. Goldhammer to table.
I'd just like to point out that Jacob's here for that. So.
I know everybody wants to get going.
Well, no, and if you want, he could still come up and,
Yeah, why don't you tell us what you were gonna say?
yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If you want to come up here and talk about it, and then we can just, it's up to you. What do you want to do?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
Okay, yeah.
And then if you still want to come back, you're more than welcome to.
Come back both
Perfect.
times.
So, yep, so I guess Jacob Dami again. So I am the current Mitchell Tennis Association president. Wanted to talk a little bit about those 5 bottom courts down there. Mike had shown some pictures earlier, and I think if any of you have ever stopped out at the tennis courts, we are at, I think it was 28 years that the tennis courts are. So we are definitely past the life expectancy of those tennis courts. They're actually at the point, and I think I'd sent an email to you guys a while back just saying that they actually are unsafe. We had an injury during the girls' tennis season last year, so they are becoming a little bit more of a safety concern for everybody. But would still like to have you guys certainly consider moving forward with some type of a plan for replacing those bottom tennis courts. The other thing too, like I know post-tensioning was just discussed here, I would also like to say, like Mike had pointed out, all of the other cities that we have in South Dakota that are building new tennis courts, with the exception of Aberdeen, are doing the post-tensioning. So if we are to go forward with that, I think we should strongly consider something like that. I guess that was the main stuff that I had to discuss here, so.
I just have a question about the tennis courts, because it says here resurfacing and new lights. So does resurfacing entail taking the whole thing up, or is it using the same base and then just?
So resurfacing would be a misnomer. That would be peeling up the concrete that's currently there. We have no idea what the site prep was done in advance, how much granular is there, and how much compaction was done. So if that would need to be added to after some bore testing, is that what you say, Mike? That's something totally outside of this, but that would be taking out the concrete at $5 per square yard, pouring concrete at approximately $12 per square foot, 6-inch concrete, rebar 2 foot on center, and fence posts would stay there. The fence would be peeled back, but the fence posts would remain, because for the most part, those are outside of the concrete. Repouring that, but I was quoting on all 8 of those east courts, not just
Even
5.
better. Perfect.
And that includes lights.
Okay.
Kevin, could you bring them back with the resurfacing as one price and the lights as a separate price?
I just wanted to mention that the price at $12 a square foot will get you new base and more than likely drain tile with that. I just wanted to mention that.
Maybe we could break it down into the resurfacing and then the lights separately.
And I always like to bring this up, that the school district also participates and uses those tennis courts. And at least, as I recall, I think I was on the school board at the time when they were put in, and we participated in building those. We helped pay for them, the school did. And so I feel like that should be something that we should at least ask, that if they would be willing to participate in the cost of covering those expenses.
I too believe that's beyond a maintenance thing, and maintenance is what we're responsible for, but pouring new courts is beyond maintenance.
So you'll call him, Kevin?
Who would you like me to call?
Corey Odlin.
Yeah. Yep. Delegating. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I guess just to comment on that, I guess when those 4 new courts were built, the city contributed to it, the school contributed to it, and then the Mitchell Tennis Association also contributed to it.
Everybody pitched in.
So, yep, and again, I can't commit to like what we would commit, but I can tell you that we are definitely interested in contributing something. I know that the school has a shared interest in continuing their tennis programs. They, I would imagine, can contribute, but I can't speak to that. That would be a good call for Kevin to make, so, yeah. Okay, yeah. Any other questions, or? Thank you.
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table it until the next meeting. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, motion to enter an executive session according to SDCL 12523 legal.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. McCardle. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. There will be no action after executive.
I can't believe, I don't know.